flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Never has been.
Is this okay? Is it too loud? I don't want to yell at people. I yell at people all the time, so not today. I'd now like to open the 2023 SB2 deliberative session for the town of New Durham and thank everyone here for attending. I hope everyone has been enjoying our winter weather and has thought out from their trip here. My name is Linda Calloway, and I will be the moderator for tonight's session. Also present, is Tom Baker, who will be serving as the assistant moderator and will take over the gavel for warrant article number 5, from which I am recusing myself as moderator. My hope is that everyone attending will work together constructively to have a slate of articles put on the March ballot, which is agreeable to all the town voters. Before we go any further, does the Select Board and Budget Committees want to open and recess a session?
Yes.
Okay.
I make a motion that we open our meeting for 3:02 on 2/4.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I make a motion we recess till the end of the meeting.
I
Okay.
second that.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Budget Committee?
I make a motion to call the February 4th, 2023 Budget Committee meeting to order. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Fanjoy. Vote, Mr. Fanjoy. Aye. Ms. Phillips? Aye. Ms. Bisson?
Aye.
Mr. Bickford?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. I also make a motion to recuse, or to recess.
Just recess.
Excuse me, to recess the Budget Committee meeting until the end of the deliberative session. Is there a second by Ms. Bisson? Any discussion? Mr. Fanjoy?
Aye.
Ms. Phillips? Aye. Ms. Bisson? Aye. Mr. Bickford?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Thank you. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce some of the members of the Town Hall and have those board members in attendance at the front tables introduce themselves. The Town Administrator, Nicole Zolko. Town Clerk, Alicia Housel. Town Council, Walter Mitchell, Esquire. Our wonderful audio personnel, the Wolfboro Community Television, along with their rock star tech team. Thank you very much. The Select Board in attendance.
Yeah. Mark Dekoff, Chair.
Ron Ueno, member.
And Dorothy Vizel is not attending today. Budget Committee members, please.
Dave Bickford, member of the Budget Committee.
Terry Jarvis, Chair of the Budget Committee.
Kelly Bisson, Copple Crown Representative.
Alan Phillips, member.
Ken Fanjoy, Budget Committee member.
Okay, and not attending is David Wessel, David Swenson,
And Dot Vizel.
and Dot Vizel, sorry, I forgot. Planning Board, here is, would you like to stand up and say your name and just wave to everyone?
I'm Jeff Ballard, I'm chairman of the planning board.
Okay, thank you. Supervisors of the checklist are also here. Pat Grant, Chair, Maureen Knipp, member, and Chris Baca, member. Okay, thank you, everyone. I'd also like to say a few words about tonight's goals before we review the rules of the road. The town deliberative session is the opportunity for all interested registered voters in the town to participate in reviewing, discussing, and/or amending by in-person vote this afternoon the slate of articles which will appear on our town warrant at the March elections. The deliberative session is not a Select Board or Budget Committee meeting, although they may have opened and recessed a meeting during this session. The Select Board and Budget Committee members are participating as registered voters, just as you and I. However, their expertise with some subjects may be critical to our understanding of any given article. This is your opportunity to ask questions and propose amendments to the warrant articles. If you don't understand something or need any clarification, please ask. Actual voting on warrant articles will take place on Tuesday, March 14th from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. right here at the New Durham School Gymnasium. Please be aware that we are limited in what we may do tonight. We may amend or modify, but we may not change the subject matter of any article. In the case of zoning articles, we cannot amend or modify. Discussion will be limited to what can be done at this meeting, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't ask questions to make sure you understand the proposed articles. We may not remove an article from the warrant, but merely vote on whether articles presented tonight will move to the official ballot as written or as amended. Each article will be introduced, moved to the floor, and seconded, and then I will recognize someone for up to 10 minutes to provide an explanation in support of the article. Members of the public will then be allowed to speak as they are recognized by the moderator. During the discussion of an article, if a written amendment has been proposed and seconded, there will be a hand count vote. If the amendment passes and there is no further discussion or other amendments proposed, that version of the article will appear on the town warrant. If the amendment fails, the original article will be moved forward as written. Once each article has been moved forward and deliberation and/or voting has been completed, I would ask that someone make a motion to restrict the article from reconsideration. Have someone else second the motion, and we vote on the motion to restrict. This will allow the meeting to move smoothly through the articles and not have them resurface later in the session. We will then move on to the next article until all articles have been debated and moved on. I will make a few closing remarks before ending the deliberative session and turning things over to the Select Board and Budget Committee. This meeting is of town registered voters who should have received a voter's card after checking in with the supervisors of the checklist before taking their seats. If you have not done so, please check in and get your voter's card now. Other people may attend, but generally will not be allowed to speak unless it is determined they have information pertinent to the discussion. Warrant articles presented by the Planning Board are governed by New Hampshire statutes, which contain public hearing provisions. Discussion and questions are allowed. However, the Planning Board articles go directly to the ballot and cannot be amended by the voters at today's deliberative session. All other warrant articles are subject to the deliberative session procedures. For today's deliberative session, we will not be using Robert's rules, but we will be using the moderator's rules of respect, courtesy, and common sense. We'll see who can take care of those. Each warrant article, when announced, will be acted upon as follows. Warrant articles considered tonight will be shown on the screen and read by the moderator in the order which they appear. After the article has been read, a motion must be made and then seconded before discussion of any article may begin. I will then recognize someone for up to 10 minutes to explain the article. A slight extension may be permitted if the topic of the article is particularly complicated. In most cases, this will be a member of the Select Board, the Planning Board, the Budget Committee, or, if filed by petition, a town voter. Members of the public will then be allowed to speak. There are copies of the town warrant and the voter's guide available to voters in attendance. Debate will be encouraged from the voters present, but only one person at a time will be recognized. Please be concise, offer comments relevant to the topic at hand, speak in a courteous manner, and no personal attacks will be permitted. To speak, you must hold up your voter's card, be recognized by the moderator, go to the microphone, and clearly state your name and address for the minutes. If you cannot go to the microphone, let us know, and a microphone will be brought to you. You must address all your comments to the moderator. Please do not, no food fights, okay? Nobody talks to anybody but the moderator. All speakers will be limited to 3 minutes, and all comments must be addressed to me as moderator. Once you are finished speaking, please yield the microphone to the next person. All voters wishing to speak will be given the opportunity to do so. However, a speaker may be recognized for a second time only after all other speakers have been heard. A speaker may not repeat previous comments. An amendment must be made by motion and require a second to be considered. However, it must also be in written form and presented to the moderator to be sure the information is being properly recorded before any vote can be taken. Voting will be done by holding up your voting card at the appropriate time during a vote. A secret vote may be requested by 5 voters and must be requested in writing before the discussion of that particular article has begun. If carried, the amendment to an article will be placed on the ballot in lieu of the original article. If the amendment is not carried, the original article will be on the ballot as written. Only one amendment will be allowed at a time. At the conclusion of the above procedures for all articles, whether deliberated upon or not, the moderator will entertain a motion to move to restrict reconsideration of the article. Ask for a second, vote on and announce if the motion passes, and moved on to the next warrant article. Amendments to amendments and negative amendments are not allowed. Amendments to financial amounts must be stated in dollar amounts to be accepted. Voter cards will be raised by voters when voting on amendments. Close votes will be counted by assistance to the moderator. Warrant articles do not require a motion to be passed on to the ballot. As discussed above, unless amended by the voters present at today's deliberative session, they will be automatically presented as written on the March 14th, 2023 election ballot. The moderator will not allow any motion to restrict from reconsideration until there has been time provided for voters to discuss and/or amend any article presented. By majority vote, any voter can overrule any decision the moderator makes or rule the moderator establishes. The voter may raise such a request as a point of order. Okay, so let's begin with the first article, the election of officers to choose all necessary town officers for the ensuing year. Okay, selectmen, vote for not more than one for a 3-year term. Candidates are Robert Kropel, Rudy Rosiello, and David Swenson. Budget Committee, vote for not more than 2 for 3 years. Candidates are Janice Anthes, Susan DeRoy, and Teresa Jarvis. Budget Committee, vote for not more than 1 for 1 year. Candidate is Ken Ross Raymond. John C. Shirley, Cemetery Trustee, vote for not more than 1 for 3 years. There are no applicants. Library Trustee, vote for not more than 1 for 3 years. Thomas Sweat and Rachel LaMontagne. Library Trustee, vote for not more than 1 for 1 year. Marilee Dekoff. Planning Board, vote for not more than 2 for 3 years. Ann Ross Raymond and Robert Craycraft. Trustee of Trust Funds, vote for not more than 1, 3 years, Angela Pruitt. Zoning Board of Adjustment, vote for not more than 2 for 3 years, Teresa Jarvis and Bill Meyer. Supervisor of the Checklist, vote for not more than 1 for 2 years, Christopher Baca. Supervisors of the Checklist, vote for not more than 1 for 1 year, Angela Pruitt or Maureen Knapp. That's just going to go forward as is. The next article, moving on to Article number 2, is zoning amendment. Are you in favor of amendment number 1 as proposed by the New Durham Planning Board for the New Durham zoning ordinance as follows? Amend Article 6, Section L, accessory dwelling unit in parents, ADUs, and parents, to allow ADUs by right in all districts except the Shoreland Conservation District, where attached ADUs with at least 1 off-street parking space per ADU bedroom and a limit of 4 total bedrooms for non-conforming lots are permitted by conditional use permit. To limit ADUs to 1 per lot, to limit the gross living area of all ADUs to 1,000 square feet unless the primary dwelling is less than 1,000 square feet, in which case the ADU may have no more than 750 square feet. To require attached ADUs to have an interior door and common wall between the primary dwelling unit and the ADU. To require 1 driveway for both the primary dwelling unit and the ADU, and to allow detached ADUs only on lots with at least 150% of the required lot area. A majority vote is required. The Planning Board recommends this article by 4 to 0. Who moves the motion to come forward for this article? Jeff, you want to come up to the microphone, state your name and address, please?
My name's Jeffrey Allard, 363 South Shore Road, and I'd like to make a motion to move Article 2 concerning accessory dwelling units to the warrant article.
Okay, who seconds the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, your name?
Mark Dekoff.
Thank you. And who wishes to speak in favor of the article? Jeff? Okay, go for it.
Do you mind if I face the...
You can face whoever you want.
I think since I want to describe it to you, it would make sense that I face you. So this is an article, we have 3 articles that the Planning Board worked on actually for quite some time. Many of these were more than 1 year. And we worked together with Stratford County Regional Planning Commission to develop these changes. In this case, it's accessory dwelling units. I think everyone's aware that about 3 or 4 years ago, the state of New Hampshire passed legislation that required that all towns in New Hampshire must allow an accessory dwelling unit. And it's really an in-law apartment. That's how most people know of these things. It's an apartment. It's subordinate to the primary dwelling, so it's not bigger than your house. It's always smaller. And it's essentially an apartment. And the reasoning went that We wanted to allow seniors to age in place, and we wanted to provide more affordable housing. Students was one category that was often mentioned where they don't have accessible housing. So we implemented this. There are 3 types of accessory dwelling units. There are attached, which means that it's part of the house. The attic, the basement, an addition, it's stuck to the house. There are detached, which means it's in a barn or a garage, like up over the top of the garage, that kind of thing. That's a detached ADU. And then there's standalone, which means it's a totally separate building. It's not part of the house, it's not part of the garage, it's another building on the property. When we implemented this several years ago, we allowed all 3, and we still do. So we allow attached, detached, and standalone ADUs. The requirement for standalone, and this is not new, it states it here, but this is not new, is that you have 150% of the land area required for a minimal lot size. So you know we use, and we'll get to this in a minute, we use soil-based lot sizing. So we don't have a specific lot size that we require in New Durham, it's based on the soil. But the smallest lot size that we would allow is 60,000 square feet, roughly 1.5 acres. That's a builder's acre, not a true acre, but close enough. So if you had a 1.5 acre lot of 60,000 square feet, you could build, or if you had a conforming lot and you wanted to build a standalone ADU, you would need to have a minimum of 90,000 square feet, 150%. So the changes that we made this year, we tried to streamline this and simplify it because, you know, we took our shot at it the first time. You never get everything 100% right. And the most important change we made was that up until now, all accessory dwelling units require a conditional use permit from the planning board. We proposed to change that you would not require a conditional use permit, only a building permit from the building inspector, presuming you meet setbacks and all the other requirements. And that we would only require a conditional use permit if you're building within the shorefront conservation overlay district, which means in New Durham, if you're building within 300 feet of the water, that would now require a conditional use permit. If you're outside of 300 feet of the water, you don't require a conditional use permit. We have always required 1 per lot. We did increase the actual area. We had only allowed up to 750 square feet. We propose now to allow up to 1,000. As long as the home is greater than 1,000, it has to be subordinate. So if the home is only 1,000 or less, then the maximum, I think we said, remains at 750. So that was another change that we made. And that was really it for things the important changes that we made. The rest of what's listed here is already in effect and does not change with the proposed new revisions. So that's it.
Thank you very much, Jeff. The floor is now open, to discussion. Please raise your vote. God, man, you got to wait for me to go there, okay? And proceed to the microphone. Thank you.
Maureen Knepp, Kings Highway in New Durham.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, how does adding a bedroom affect their septic system? And is that also upgraded at the time?
Thank you. Jeff, did you want to speak to that, please?
That's a very fair question, and we allow for that. The maximum number of bedrooms on a non-conforming lot would be 4, but if it's conforming, there's no limit. But every time you add new bedrooms, you have to have a septic system that's adequate, and we state that in the ordinance. And the way that works is if you had a 2-bedroom home today, but you have a 4-bedroom septic design and you want to add 2 bedrooms in an ADU, you don't have to do anything. Your septic's already adequate. If you have a 2-bedroom septic design and you want to add 2 more bedrooms, you can do one of 2 things. You can dig up your septic and make a new one that's 4-bedroom size, or you can add 2 more bedrooms worth of septic treatment. And I don't know how you do that, but those are the options. But you would always have to have adequate state of New Hampshire approved septic design for the number of bedrooms that you have.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that has any questions or comments? Okay, so since there is no more comments, I will take a motion to restrict from reconsideration of Article number 2. I'm going to let you do it. We need a new face here. Go ahead. Name, please.
Scott Cumming, 362 Old Bay Road.
Thank you. Do I hear a second? Okay, Jeff, I'll say your name. Second. All those in favor, raise your card. Come on, we need some exercise aerobics here. Excellent. Anyone opposed? Okay, none opposed. The motion passes. Article 2 is now restricted from reconsideration. We're going to go on to Article number 3. Okay, another zoning amendment. Are you in favor of amendment number 2 as proposed by the New Durham Planning Board for the New Durham zoning ordinance as follows? Delete Article 13, Wetland Conservation Overlay District, also known as WCOD, and Article 15, Water Quality Protection Overlay District, and adopt instead a new Article 13 entitled Water Quality Protection Overlay District to streamline and clarify various requirements. The boundaries of the WCOD are defined as the upland area within the buffers and setbacks of various types of water bodies and wetlands and are shown on the New Durham Soils Map 2022 on file in the Land Use Office. Permitted uses within the WCOD include, but are not limited to, various recreation trails and paths, accessory structures of less than 150 square feet, installation of utilities, forestry management, and agriculture. Uses permitted by conditional use permit include access roads and driveways, accessory structures, and outdoor recreational facilities that do not require structures. All other uses are prohibited. Majority vote required. The Planning Board recommends this article by a 4-0 vote. Who moves this motion forward? Jeff? You don't have to state your name again. I know who you are.
Okay.
Jeff Allard.
All right, good.
Is there someone who seconds? Scott? Okay, Scott Drummy seconds. And Jeff, do you wish to speak to the article?
I will. I will. This
okay.
is an outgrowth of a grant that we received. It's called a PREPA grant, and I can never remember the exact acronym. It's Piscataqua Regional Estuaries, and then I forget. But it's a grant program. It ultimately tracks to the federal government, but the money is administered by the state. And we worked with, again, Stratford Regional Planning Commission, and we were given a grant.
Right into the microphone rather than across.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, like this way? Okay, sure. So we obtained the grant. It was a $10,000 grant in total, and we worked on this for over a year. And we had 2 overlay districts, you probably know, but we have 2 zoning districts in town. We have the Town Center Mixed Use District, and we have a residential and agricultural district. Everything that's not Town Center is residential and agricultural. But then in New Hampshire, we have what are called overlay districts, which means you might have other features in your town that you want to regulate differently, and like lakes or rivers or wetlands or the steep slopes. We have a steep slopes overlay district if you have steep land. So that's how we regulate those particular special features in New Hampshire. We had 2 articles in the zoning ordinance relative to wetlands, and so we worked with Stratford Regional to do a couple of things. One was to try and simplify this. It got redundant and it got complicated for applicants. So we wanted to simplify and clarify. Also, a purpose of the grant was to simplify and make sure that we had appropriate buffers, setbacks from wetlands. Well, what happened was we developed all that, did it with Stratford County. We had several discussions with the public, and some were quite spirited discussions, but the outcome of all that was there was concern about particularly first trails, and so we made some revisions to what we're proposing to simplify the process for building trails. So if like Powder Mill Snowmobile Club wants to build a snowmobile trail, they don't have to get 27 conditional use permits for going over brooks or streams or wetlands or whatever. So we simplified all that. We then had a long discussion about setbacks, and we had proposed longer setbacks than we currently have for our wetlands. in order to protect them adequately. And it was all based on good science from studies that were done actually on Great Bay. And David actually raised the question, well, that's Great Bay. We are upland, and we're steep and granite, and we're not Great Bay. Does this really apply? And so Stratford County looked into that, and they said, yes, this data extrapolates to New Durham and to our land features. So we revised our proposal for buffers, but there was a lot of objection to that. And it was that there are a lot of pieces of land in New Durham that may not be able to comply, and this is going to cause a real problem, and people won't be able to put on an addition, build a home, build a garage. So what we ultimately concluded was, let's include all the changes in bringing these two articles together to simplify this thing so that it's not quite so complicated, but let's not implement the new buffers right now. We'll come back to that, and we'll work on that. So what this contains is the current setbacks. They're not going to change. And it includes another compromise that we came to, which is the current amendment exempts all properties created, all lots created prior to 2007. That's when the original zoning or amendments went in place to protect wetlands. And they were exempted in 2007, and we are continuing that exemption now, so that any property created prior to 2007 remains exempt from the setbacks for wetlands. So that's what we ultimately came to, and the plan is for 2023 to come back to this, revisit these buffers, and establish the best buffering distances that we can while not making things overly restrictive on landowners. So that's where we are with that one.
Thanks a lot, Jeff. Are there any comments or questions from anyone? Okay, there being none, I will entertain a motion to restrict from reconsideration. Okay, thank you. Scott makes a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Terry Jarvis. And show of hands. Cards. Okay, any opposed? Okay, that will go ahead as is. Thank you very much. The next article is Article 4, another zoning amendment. You can never have too many of those. Article 4, are you in favor of adoption of Amendment Number 3 as proposed by the New Durham Planning Board for the New Durham zoning ordinance as follows? Amend the New Durham zoning ordinance to update the soil types. The soil type labels in the current zoning ordinance describe several soil types that have become obsolete. The soil tables in Appendix A will be updated, and several changes in verbiage throughout the ordinance are made as necessary by the recommended changes to soil types. These changes will not alter the ordinance regulations or change the lot size requirements for the creation of the new lots or subdivisions. There is a majority vote that is required. Okay, the Planning Board recommends this article by a vote of 5-0. I know how much you guys really want to get back out in the cold, and I was told that I don't have to get the motion and the second.
Square feet. And the reason is it depends on drainage. How well does the land drain? If it's all wetlands and it doesn't drain, then you're going to have a larger and larger lot size based on the soil type. The soil types changed. Applicants were getting confused. They literally would come in and say, this is the soil type on this lot, but I don't see it in your table because our terminology was outdated. So all we did was we hired a soil scientist. He updated the table. He made numerous other changes in the zoning ordinance only related to terminology. We didn't change lot size requirements, and we didn't change how we calculate lot sizes. All we did was update the terminology. So that's all that this involves.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, is there anyone that has any questions or comments on this article? Okay, could I take a reconsideration of the article number 4? Is there anyone that wants to make that motion? Thank you. Anyone second? I'm going to take it somebody new.
Mark Dekoff, second.
Okay. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. Awesome. Okay, our motion passes, and Article 4 is restricted from reconsideration. Next is Article 5. Since as a member of the zoning board, I participated in drafting, getting signatures, and registering this petition article, I will temporarily step down as moderator and have Assistant Moderator Tom Baker conduct the deliberations on this article. Terry Jarvis, Chair of the ZBA, has agreed to speak to the article. Once I have recused myself, I reserve the right to vote on this article. Once deliberations and voting have been completed on this article, Mr. Baker will step down, and I will return to my duties as moderator for the remainder of the session. Is there any member of the public who is concerned with this temporary change in duties? Oh, stop. Tom, thanks for stepping in. I was going to tell them to go easy on you, but not anymore. Thank you. Wait. I get to vote if I want.
Good afternoon. Article 5 is position zoning amendment. Are you in favor of repealing Article 14, Section G, special exceptions of the new Durham zoning ordinances? G, special exceptions, deviations from the requirement of this article may be permitted by special exception. Such a special exception is required in addition to any other relief which may be required herein, such as a continual use permit. Special exceptions granted under this article for 1 or 2 family homes shall be exempt from the requirement of Article 7. Other uses listed in Table 4 in Article 7 must comply with the requirements of Article 7. The Zoning Board of the Adjustment shall grant a special exception if all of the following requirements are met. 1, the proposed use must otherwise be allowed in the Shorefront Conservation Overlay District. 2, the proposed use will not reduce water quality in the adjacent water body measured by methods such as increased stormwater runoff and increased phosphorus and nitrate runoff. 3, the structure is proposed to be moved as far back from the reference line as possible. 4, property values in the district will not be reduced. 5, the use will not place excessive or undue burden on town services and facilities. 6, the proposed use or structure is consistent with the spirit of this article as described in paragraph 14A1 above. The Planning Board recommends this article by a 4-0 vote. Okay. Who cares to speak in favor of this article? Ms. Jarvis?
I'm Terry Jarvis, and I'm the chair of the zoning board. This Article 14, Section G, we voted for this last year during town meeting in March. The goal of that, when it was put together, was to replace the large number of variances that people building within the Shorefront Conservation Overlay District had to go for. Unfortunately, it didn't do what we thought it was going to do, because it only did away with 1 variance and still left anywhere from 6 to 10 that they have to apply for. What this has done is, first and foremost, it's pretty bad when your zoning board is confused by what something's supposed to mean. And we struggled with that for the first couple of months. It has caused additional costs to our applicants. They have to file 2 separate applications, do 2 separate abutter lists. In the beginning, they were doing 2 sets of large plans, 8 copies apiece, please. I don't even want to think of the cost of them. And then also it increases the cost for the registry, increases the cost for all our certified mailings. It also increased the time for every case that we hear by approximately 3/4 of an hour to an hour. So if we have 3 cases come in for 1 month, we're absolutely not going to get through all of them. We might only get through 1.5 of them and have to continue. Sometimes both the zoning board is looking at phosphorus and nitrogen runoff into the waters, and the planning board is looking at it based on stormwater management practices and studies that are done. There's the possibility that one of us could say that what they've submitted is terrific, and the other one could say, no, it's not. And since the planning board happens to have the expertise in phosphorus, nitrogen evaluation, stormwater management, we want to kind of send it back to them. Because they also look under it for a conditional use permit that everybody has to get from the planning board in the stormwater conservation area. We also, when we review variance requests, we look at just about all of the same things that we review under a special exception. Is it acceptable in the area that you want to put it? Will it decrease the cost of surrounding properties? We look at what is the impact on service delivery, all those things. So it's kind of worked as a double whammy. This ended up as a petition article because the zoning board thought we had a lot more time to work with the planning board to get suitable corrections made. We found out the day before it was due in that we had much less time than normal petition articles, and that's because of the hearings that the planning board has to hold. We're hoping that this passes and that over the next year or so we can sit down and figure out how to reach the goal of protecting our waters without putting so much burden on our applicants and some of the on other volunteer boards that we have.
Thank you. The floor is now open to discussion. Please raise your voter card and wait to be recognized before proceeding to the microphone. Are there anybody? Come on now. Any further discussion on this article? Hearing none, I will take a motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 5.
So moved. Terry Jarvis, Main Street.
Thank you very much. Who seconds?
Linda Calloway, 2143 Meridian Road. I think I need it.
Oh, praise Jesus. All those in favor, raise your card. All opposed? Motion passes. Reconsideration, the restricted, Article 5 is restricted from reconsideration. It says, thank you, Tom, pick back up on 6. That's you.
Oh, can we vote to keep you?
I make a motion, can I second that? Thank you, everyone, for being nice. Okay, so before we pick up on the next articles, which are getting into the budget and money and all the fun stuff that everyone will enjoy, there are a lot of complicated things that are coming up with these warrant articles, and the Budget Committee Chair, Terry Jarvis, has requested to make a short presentation to give some background on some of the discussion that's going to be coming up. So, Terry, if you would go ahead and you can stay right where you are.
Just a couple of highlights of what we've done. Our FY22 operational budget.
Oh, Terry, can you speak up a little louder?
I've never been accused of being quiet. Is that better? Oh. Okay. As you can see up there, our operational budget for FY22 was $3,546,149. FY23 is $3,991,499. It's approximately a 12.2% increase in the operational budget. All the numbers I'll be talking about are strictly operational. They're not affected by any of the warrant articles further in. Next. There are some things that affected the budget straight across the board. Those were health insurance. We have our standard health insurer. We do not get the rates until quite late in the process, which is why The Board of Selectmen had different information than the Budget Committee did, so our numbers don't always jive. There is a maximum increase that would be allowed of 11%. Dental and vision, the maximum increase that will be allowed is 10%, and those rates are still being finalized. Social Security. The last 2 years, the Board of Selectmen have worked really hard to try and make our wages for our employees compatible or in a comparative nation to everybody that's surrounded. Some of them were some pretty healthy raises, but every time we raise the salary of our employees, we get corresponding raises in what has to be paid for Medicare, for Social Security, for our full-time employees, for their retirement. All those items go up. We also had a pretty significant increase in our mileage reimbursement rate. New Durham, like most towns, municipalities and counties, follow the federal tax rate reimbursement. And it went from 0.585 to 65 cents per mile. And we do have employees that have to travel, one of which is our building inspector, health officer. He uses his own vehicle. So we have to factor in that new increase into our budgets. Next. And then, of course, we have those wonderful topics called heating oil, gasoline, diesel, and electricity. Up there you can see heating oil alone. Last year we budgeted at $2.88 a gallon. This year we're budgeting at $5.50 and holding our breath. Gasoline went from $2.50 to $4, and we actually started out higher for gasoline, but as the prices dropped, we started dropping. But we kind of leveled out at the $4. Diesel went from $3 to $6. We all know what's happened to our electricity rates. Luckily, the town has a contract with New Hampshire Co-op for a segment of the electricity that we use. And that contract goes through November. So we only forecasted a 20% increase in the co-op increases. Whereas with Eversource, we're looking at least a 40% increase over last year's, or over FY22 electric costs. When you take these items together, throw in a little bit of kerosene and a little bit of propane, we're looking at for FY23, these items have increased our budget by over $131,000. That's more than 20% of the total budget increase for just these, 5-6 items. And that was a real struggle as we tried to keep an eye on the tax rate. Because at this point, we're forecasting a tax rate of for the operational budget of about $4.79. Next. Going through, kind of highlighting which budgets increased and why they increased. Financial administration, they've increased the number of hours for the financial assistant. The work keeps on coming. There's also our financial office, we do deed liens for people that haven't paid their taxes. The cost of that has gone up. I believe it almost doubled. Assessing, the assessing clerk always used to be found in the executive budget. Well, the assessing clerk really belongs in the assessing budget. So that's why assessing went up. Also, their software licenses went up this year. Planning board, the planning board hopes to have more contracted services in FY23. Even though they talked about ADUs on the warrant this year, they're still looking at more work with ADUs. If you look at any of the legislation that's been proposed, there's going to be a lot more work for ADUs. Also, as things are getting more complicated, they have to consult with the town engineers more often. So that is what was driving some of their increases, along with the fact that all of the registry and postage costs have gone up, and that's reflected in their budget. Even though the applicant pays for the registry costs and the postages, that shows up under revenues. So we have to budget for it, and then the town has it in revenues. General government buildings, janitorial services are up $4,000. Town hall maintenance. Town hall is not a young building. We need to maintain it. That's up over $2,600. Cemeteries, both for cemeteries and for parks and recreation, their land has always been mowed by our highway department, and that cost has been in the highway department budget. In order to try and have accurate cost factors of every department, the cost of mowing has been moved into cemeteries and into Parks and Rec, respectively, as it goes. For somebody like cemeteries who has a small budget, it makes it look like a huge increase, but it's a small amount of money. Next, other general government. Other general government contains a lot of unrelated items. The big item in other general government is all the work done with our water quality. That includes testing they do at the lakes, education efforts that they're putting out. They're now starting a huge septic system inventory project. And that's going to be, luckily we have volunteers that are reading everything, but this still has to be followed up by our health officer and code enforcement officer, so that increased workload would show up in his. The police, their phones are up, their vehicle maintenance is up. Outside details have always been funded at $1, but we always spend more than $1. Every year we spend more dollars. The money shows up in revenue. This with details like your any paving work you might have on the roads that are not covered by our highway department personnel, tree trimming by electric companies, that type of thing. This year we've decided we put $20,000 in the police department budget to cover what we pay out on this detail work. It is covered in revenue, but it gave an unrealistic look to the police department budget because it looked like they were always overspending. It was that we were not adequately funding. Fire department, their phones are up 800. Dues and fees, like many of the other departments, are up over 1,000. For some reason, fire alarm coverage has doubled this year. And we have fire alarms in the fire department, police department, town hall, highway department, and there's some alarm systems in the library. The big item here in the fire department that went up is that we are budgeting for 10-hour-a-day coverage by EMS personnel 5 days a week. And we budgeted at the average cost of one EMT that might be doing the coverage. The chief anticipates approximately 36 weeks of coverage because it's going to take time once this is voted on to hire people and move on. He is also considering the fact that he thinks it will also increase revenue on the revenue side because instead of other folks coming to help us in mutual aid, we can go help Middleton or Farmington with mutual aid when they're not available. It is something that we will be looking at quite closely as we do budgets next year. The building inspector, code enforcement officer, the big item here is that it went from a part-time position to a full-time position. So obviously your Medicare went up. He's now in the state retirement system, so those numbers went up. He's also working quite a bit with code enforcement. Next, highway and streets, and as you can see, contractor service is up $19,000. And we have contracts for salt and sand, but they have even gone up. Salt is up $34,000. Sand is up $9,000. Calcium chloride, which they use on a lot of their roads to keep dust down, that's up $10,000. They're doing quite a bit of work on culvert replacements, and they requested this year to be able to purchase additional culverts. That's up $10,000. Just like the cost of eggs has gone up, everything that our highway department is using has gone up. Solid waste, our landfill monitoring has gone up significantly from when we first started. There are people who have moved into town since we closed our dump, but we have to do annual monitoring. It has to be done by engineering firms under state criteria and state guidance. We have contracts for hauling of our C&D and our MSW, and those hauling costs have gone up because obviously the cost of their fuel has gone up. So it kind of gets passed along. Welfare, utility assistance. If our utility bills are going up, then our welfare clients' utility bills are going up. And that was the one item we did increase in the welfare budget. Parks and Rec has increases in their contracted services, but the big item in Parks and Rec, for those of you that are familiar with the town beach, as you're looking at the lake, there's a fence on the right. It has to be replaced. And they went out, they got bids, they worked with the Board of Selectmen, but that accounts for over $5,000 of the increase in their budget. The library, their operating funds are up $3,000, and that's for additional cost factors involved with purchasing books, subscriptions, DVDs, etc. And I think that's the last one. As you go look through the warrant, you will see that there are many times that the Board of Selectmen might recommend a warrant article 3-0, and the Budget Committee might recommend it 7-0, or no one in favor and everybody opposed. A lot of that is due to we had more up-to-date information than the Board of Selectmen did, and also we looked at what the Capital Improvement Committee had produced, and also how much were in all of the funds. And because when we got to the CRFs and ETFs, we were acutely aware of how much the operational budget alone was going up, we really worked hard so that we weren't looking at like a $7 tax rate next year. So that's why you'll see some differing opinions. And we also had some additional information come in literally at the last minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry. I am not going to take any comments or questions at this time. You can ask those as we get to the different articles that come up. I just thought you having the background information as to why there's so many discrepancies might be helpful. So we're going to roll right on to Article number 6, the operating budget. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the selectmen, for the purpose set forth therein totaling $3,991,499. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $3,821. $3 million, thank you. Can we do it to 3,000?
Oh my God.
Okay. So I apologize, $3,821,901, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law. Or the governing body may hold a special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget. Majority vote is required. Note, the operating budget and default budget includes the library budget. Estimated tax rate impact for 2023 proposed budget, $4.79 per $1,000 assessed valuation. Estimated tax rate impact for 2023 default budget, $4.52 per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 5-2 vote. Who would like to speak on this topic?
Don't you need a motion to bring it?
I said I'm going to skip that
Okay.
part so we can get out in the cold earlier. Okay? We're good? Who would like to speak on this?
I can speak on it. I agree with everything the Budget Committee did with the budget and all the numbers that changed. As the board, we looked at the tax rate, and with all the costs of oil, gas, and all that going up, and trying to maintain our employees' pay increases by the previous boards that had set up the pay scales, and trying to maintain that, this is the number that the Board of Selectmen came up with for a budget to keep the town moving forward. And I would like to thank the CIP for all the effort they put into that, and I would really highly recommend that when the CIP meets, that the townspeople go and listen, because the CIP wanted us to increase more in warrant articles to cover how far behind we are.
Thank you. The floor is now open to discussion. Please raise your voter card and wait to be recognized before proceeding to the microphone if anyone has a comment or question. Oh, awesome. Okay. Seeing that there is no one interested in speaking, could I entertain a motion to restrict from reconsideration?
Mark Diekoff motions.
Carrie Jarvis seconds.
Man, that was fast. All those in favor, raise your cards, please. All those opposed? Okay, the motion passes, and Article 6 is now restricted from reconsideration. Moving on to Article 7, RSMS, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $400,000 for the purposes of a road program. Said appropriation will be offset by an anticipated $101,412 from the Highway Block Grant, $131,000 from unassigned fund balance, and the remainder to come from general taxation. A majority vote is required. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact is 27 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 7-0 vote. Who wishes to speak in favor of the article?
Yeah, this is
Mr. Dekoff, yes.
Mark Dekoff, Chair.
Thank you.
This is our road agent brought this forward for road work to be done on Ham Road, and there was another article that we were looking at also, but we decided, looking at how much the tax rate would go up, that we decided that we would limit to what we'd be able to spend, so this we felt was reasonable for the taxpayers and help to try and maintain the roads.
Okay, thank you. The floor is now open for discussion. Does anyone want to make a comment or question? Man, yes. Okay. So seeing that there are no comments or questions, can I take
Linda?
All right, Mr. Dekoff, yes, all right. Motion to restrict and a second. You can't second too.
Ken Fanjoy?
Thank you, Mr. Fanjoy.
Did Dave want to say something?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see it. You need to wave your card.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're retracting the restrict for, you guys weren't fast enough, so what can you say, Dave?
I thought it would be nice to have an explanation of the designated fund balance and what that leaves it to be,
Oh,
if you have that information.
I don't have that information on me right now.
Okay.
But I can get that to the Budget Committee.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, now who makes, yes?
I know the President, but would you like me to answer his question a little bit about where we were in percentages?
Did you want to?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
For all of us, actually.
Nicole Zocco, Town Administrator. So we were actually at about, I want to say it was 16% approximately in our unassigned fund balance. So in total, the calculations that DRA and I had discussed was that about $400,000 in unassigned fund balance would be being utilized potentially this year if all of those warrant articles were to be passed, and that would still leave us with a healthy of approximately about 11 to 12% left in the unassigned fund balance. The town has a policy of 8%, which follows the DRA policy, so it does leave you with funds to utilize the unassigned fund balance. So I don't have the exact numbers, but I wanted to give you the percentages that we had discussed.
And that's the money that has lapsed into a fund.
Would you like to?
Oh, to the chair. I'll look for it.
You do this to me every year. Yes.
Follow on.
Yes, Mr. Bickford.
And the undesignated fund would be money that has...
It is what's kind of carried over year after year, that, you know, sometimes we have a little bit of extra for certain funds that kind of are calculated into the unassigned fund balance that's carried over year after year. That's, this year, $131,000 was put towards the tax impact in your 2022 taxation season. So the conversation at that point had started that they wanted to apply $131,000, excuse me, to the RSMS in addition, because there was enough to be able to do that at that time. And again, further conversations happened with the select board to utilize that a little bit more. We did try to include that information in the voter guide, and that will be even clearer hopefully after this as we edit through that and add some more information as well.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'll entertain a motion to restrict. Yes.
Mark Dekoff.
Second?
Terry Jarvis?
He did it before, I'm going to let him take it.
Ken Fanjoy.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Awesome. Okay, Article 7 has now restricted from reconsideration. Moving on to Article number 8. I want people to pay close attention if you're looking at your voter's guide. There are several articles that are contingent upon each other, so listen to the wording and read it when we're going through these. Article 8, discontinue SWR CRF. To see if the town will vote to discontinue the Solid Waste Equipment Capital Reserve Fund established on March 10th, 2010, Article number 14. Said funds in the amount of $71,510 and accumulated interest to date of withdrawal will be transferred to the general fund. This article is contingent upon Articles 9 and 10 passing. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact of $0 per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 6-1 vote. Who wishes to speak in favor of the article? Mr. Dekoff.
Mark Dekoff. So I'm just going to read right out of the voter's guide. The solid waste equipment CRF is primarily used for the purchasing equipment only at the transfer station solid waste facility. The highway equipment purchase CRF was established to purchase only highway equipment. However, both CRFs were approved by the voters prior to change in 2016, where the town combined highway and solid waste transfer station under the title of Department of Public Works. In 2021, a purchase for an excavator was made combining funds from the Highway Equipment Fund CRF and the Solid Waste CRF because the equipment would be shared and maintained under the umbrella of the Department of Public Works. Discontinuing the current accounts and establishing a new Public Works equipment account aligns with the change in the 2016. In addition to raising the $138,850 in Article 10 is the total sum of the combined between the proposed 11 and the 12. And that's why we're combining the two accounts into, which is going to be 8 and 9 into that account.
Number 10, okay.
Yep.
Okay, do I have any questions from anyone attending?
Question or comment?
Okay, I'm gonna,
No, I only know.
oh no, there's someone behind you. Come on up to the microphone and identify yourself, please.
Hi, my name is David Allen, 18 Wentworth Road. This is just for clarification, please, because I'm looking at the voter guide here, and it says on the bottom of page 6 that a yes vote for these warrant articles will, continue, it will raise X number of dollars to put into this new CRF. And a no vote would not continue funding to the stated capital reserves. Now, that's technically true if all 5 are defeated.
Right.
But what this implies to me, and it might be a little bit confusing, is that if you vote no on anything, then the money does not go into the CRFs, and that's not true. It's only true if all 5 are voted. Correct? Okay, so there is another option.
So if they vote 8 and 9 not to discontinue it, those stay the way they are.
Correct, right.
Yep.
So but you can vote 8, 9, and 10.
Yeah, 10 is, we're also asking for additional funds because every year you ask to add funds to the
Correct,
CRF.
yeah, correct. But if you vote no on 8, 9, and 10, you can still vote yes on 11 and 12, and that still puts the money into those respective capital reserve funds. So it's not like if you vote no on all of them, there's no money going into any capital reserve fund. But if you vote no on just the first 3, the money still goes into the original capital reserve funds.
If you vote on 11 and 12.
If you vote yes on 11 and 12.
Correct, if 11 and 12 pass, correct.
Okay.
Yes, but there is that option that you can vote down the discontinuance and the establishment of the new one and still have money
An
going
option.
into the old ones.
Yes.
Correct, okay, that's just a clarification.
Okay, thank you.
It's a little bit confusing, and I thought
That's what we figured was going to happen, and that's why we've kind of taken some extra time with this. So does everyone understand what Mr. Allen mentioned. That was a very good explanation of it. Thank you.
Yeah, so
Okay, all right,
we'll adjust the wording, so.
Yeah, fine, all right, thank you very
Yes.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comments? Mr. Bickford?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I have been opposed to this idea because it's an expansion of a capital reserve fund. When we started capital reserve funds, I think in the 80s, it was because interest rates were high, we decided a way to save money for usually a truck or some item, a single item. And then we were given authority for the state to expand if we wanted to into more things. And as I see expansion happening, I see the selectmen having the ability, being the agents to expend, just dipping into it and getting whatever they want without coming back to the public and saying, we want this specialty thing, this $250,000 truck, or we want this $400,000 grader, whatever they are now. Now they can just say, give us more money and we'll choose what we want. So it kind of eliminates the democratic side of things for the public. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comments or questions? Okay, seeing there are none, I'd entertain a motion to restrict Article 8 from...
Mark Dekoff.
Okay, and a second?
Second, Terry Jarvis.
By Terry Jarvis. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, motion passes, and Article 8 is now restricted from reconsideration. Moving on to Article number 9, discontinue highway equipment CRF, to see if the town will vote to discontinue the highway equipment capital reserve funds established on March 15, 2006, Article 12. Said funds in the amount of $105,306 and accumulated interest to date of withdrawal will be transferred to the general fund. This article is contingent upon Articles 10 and 8 passing. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact of 0 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 5-1 vote. The third is an abstention. So when I read three numbers, it's going to be yes, no, and abstain. Who would like to speak to this article?
Mark
Mr.
Dekoff.
Okay.
So basically, it's the same explanation from Article 8, and we're going to be taking those funds and moving it into Article 10.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on Article? Oh, yes. Yeah, please, yes, yell at me, because I can't see you. I don't have my glasses on. Sorry.
Hello, I'm Chris Baca from
Drew Road.
Drew Road. Thank you.
None of us know where
Everybody
we
else knows
live.
where you live?
Thank you all for letting me know where I live. I'm just curious about, it talks about said funds in the amount of accumulated interest. How much interest are we getting from this capital reserve fund? Does anybody know?
Can anyone speak to that?
Not much.
No.
I heard not much.
No, it's not exactly.
Mr. Allen?
Alex, one of the trustees of the trust fund, it is minimal.
Could you step up to the microphone so everyone can hear? Thank you.
David Allen, I'm a trustee of the trust funds, and the amount of interest that we're getting is minimal. We're with TD Bank at this point, and I think probably we're looking at less than 0.5% on most things. So it's what you see right now, it's not going to change very much by the time it's voted on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I'll look around a lot more carefully now. Okay. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Oh, did we already do that? No.
No.
Okay. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed?
We got to make a motion.
Of restricting the...
Oh, that's what I was doing. Thank you. I got confused. I apologize. I'm going to dye my hair. Blonde is not working for me. So, and motion to reconstruct? Mr. Dekoff, second. And
Kelly Bisson.
Kelly Bisson, thank you. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. Okay. Motion passes. Article 9 is now restricted from reconsideration. Article 10, establish a Public Works Equipment CRF. To see if the town will vote to establish a Public Works Equipment Capital Reserve Fund with the Board of Selectmen as designated agents to expend for the purpose of purchasing equipment for the Department of Public Works and to raise and appropriate the sum of $315,266 to be deposited into this account, with $138,450 to come from taxation and $176,816 to come from unassigned fund balances as of December 31st, 2022. This $176,816 represents the amount of funds in the Solid Waste Equipment Capital Reserve Fund and the Highway Equipment Capital Reserve Fund discontinued above. The Selectmen recommend this article. The article is contingent upon Articles 8 and 9 passing. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact of 22 cents per 1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee does not recommend this article by a 0 to 6 to 1 vote. Could I have someone speak to this article, please?
Yep.
Mr. Decoff.
So basically, we're combining the two, the CRF from the highway equipment and the solid waste together. And then we're also asking to raise and appropriate the sum of money that we would have needed for each department to continue their operation for future equipment down the road.
Okay, anyone else want to? Ms. Jarvis?
Yeah. Terry Jarvis from the Budget Committee. The reason why the Budget Committee is not recommending this, with 6 of the members not recommending and 1 abstaining, was not the philosophy of it, but it was the amount of money of it. When we had gone through and looked at the various items, we had recommended that $110,000 be the figure that would be used coming from unassigned as opposed to the $138,450.
Okay, yes.
Kathy Orlowitz, Birch Hill Road. Can someone please explain to me what the picture will look like should one of the articles pass and one fail? Like, say, as an example, Article 8 fails, Article 9 passes. This does say that it is dependent on both of them passing. Can someone explain what the picture will look like?
That's a good question. So you're saying if Article 8 fails and Article 9 passes,
Won't matter, they both have to pass.
what's it look like?
Well, 10 can't exist.
10 can't exist unless both Article 8 and Article 9 pass.
Correct.
So Article 10 can't exist. So it would default back to it would stay Article 8, Article 9.
You may. Could you come to the microphone, please? Thank you.
I understand what you're saying, but what happens now, say that Article 8 fails, now we don't have a solid waste capital reserve fund any longer?
Yes, we have Article.
Okay, so then Article 9, if that passes to dissolve, I guess that's the way I should ask my question. If they dissolve say the highway equipment capital reserve fund, now we do not have a capital reserve for highway equipment, right?
That's Article 11.
If,
No,
and
Article
there's,
9.
right, I'm just going to say one thing. If you go forward to Articles 11 and 12, which we haven't gotten to yet, so no, it's not, whatever. If 8, 9, and 10 do not pass, then we can put it in there. So all of these must pass together in order for this to work.
Exactly.
So if any of them don't, it defaults to, we still have the other funds, and the money goes into them separately. That is how it's supposed to work.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, as long as we're not left high and dry.
And that was the concern a lot of people have had. So can you speak to, are we worried about being hung out to dry with the way these are written?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
Nope.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Because there's 11 and 12.
Yes, Ms.
I wonder if it would make more
Excuse me.
sense. This is Scott Drumming.
Yep, it's just
Old
for
Bay
the
Road.
minutes, we have to know who's talking so that we don't yell at somebody if somebody else said something bad.
Scott
Thank you.
Drumming, Old Bay Road.
Thank you.
I'm wondering if we can modify 8, 9, and 10 and merge them into one article. Does that not work?
No, you cannot remove any articles. They have to go forward either with amendments or as is.
You can only amend,
you
you can't combine them?
No, you
as an
can
amendment?
combine them.
That would have
So
made sense, though, in the process, wouldn't it?
it'd be interesting if you could change the wording so that all the two said the same thing, and then it added something to it, but I don't think we're able to do that.
I don't think it'd be well recommended.
No. So I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. Got another?
Yes.
I'm Janice Anthony's, 103 Meterboro Road. I have a question about the $138,450. How was that decided on? I mean, you said you talked to the two departments to figure out what they needed in addition, but that's a big chunk of money.
Yeah, it's for, sorry.
Go ahead.
No,
It's-
please, go ahead and finish. Are you finished speaking?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Basically, it's, if you look at the, what the CIP recommended too, and that would be how we justified some of the cost is in the years of when the equipment's going to need to be replaced is how we came up with those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
11 and 12 Right. Yeah, but they don't recommend budget.
Anyway, Mr. Bickford, go ahead and speak.
On a follow-up on Janet Anthony's question, could Mark, as a follow-up to Jan Anthony's question, could we have a list of the items that are on that?
For what that money is going to be used for?
Yes.
Need to come to CIP meetings.
I don't have a list of those items. no.
Which is my concern about these things getting so expanded that we can buy anything we want, almost.
Okay, Terry had her card up first, and then I'll get Ellen.
In response to Mr. Bickford's question, if you look at the CIP report, it does indicate what they're looking at changing. In the highway equipment, they're looking at the need for a 20-ton trailer, and then solid waste. They're not looking for, let me go to the right one.
The table should have it all listed. Is the
The
table?
first, in solid waste, they're still looking to purchase a drive-on scale. So those would be the items that are currently at the list, but the CIP report has extensive information, particularly in the spreadsheets in the back, that actually outlines all of the equipment and different items that the town owns by various departments, by the library, et cetera, and it gives you the replacement cost, and it also gives you the anticipated year that things are going to be replaced. However, I would like to make a motion. I would like to amend Article 10 to read, to raise and appropriate, I need to do some math here. What I'm proposing is I want to decrease $138,450 from the, from taxation to change it to $110,000.
Is that what we had before?
Okay, do I have a second for that?
I'll second that.
Mr. Dekoff will second. Okay, so what the amendment would say is, did you want me to read the whole article? Or
Basically, a cutting of one amount.
If she's changing that, that's a part of this. So is she changing this?
Yeah.
The
So-
tax rate's going to have to change.
The tax rate is going to change, and I believe appropriate the sum of $315,266 to be deposited.
Yeah, that's going to change.
And that's going to change. So, bad me.
I've got a calculator.
Okay.
What the motion would do is that it's going to decrease the 315,266, I believe, by $28,450.
It's going to go to $286,816.
Yep. Okay. All right, so.
It's going to go to $286,816.
Right. Well, we can do cents too.
No, there was no cents. That was my mistake.
Yes, I know. I'm missing millions, so you're doing better than me. And so that would change, and so I will read the whole article again. And the 138,450 is going to change to 110,000 on Article 10. Okay, so I will read the whole article for everyone, so to make sure that I haven't missed anything. We will not have the actual cents per thousand on this vote. That will come afterwards, and that will be what actually shows up on the ballot. Is that okay from everyone?
No, you haven't voted yet.
Oh, I know, but I'm just letting them, yes. So is that okay that the actual assessment on cents per thousand is not going to be calculated tonight, but that will show up properly on the ballot? So we'll go ahead. So are you in favor of an amendment to Article 10 on establishing the Public Works Equipment CRF to see if the town will vote to establish a Public Works Equipment Capital Reserve Fund with the Board of Selectmen as designated agents to expend for the purpose of purchasing equipment for the Department of Public Works, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $286,816 to be deposited in this account, with $110,000 to come from taxation and, is this one going to work? Yeah, $176,816 to come from unassigned fund balance as of December 31st, 2022. This $176,816 represents the amount of funds in the Solid Waste Equipment Capital Reserve Fund and the Highway Equipment Capital Reserve Fund discontinued above. The Selectmen recommend this article now also, and this article is contingent upon Articles 8 and 9 passing. Again, yes.
Sorry, before you go any further, could you read those numbers one more time?
Okay.
The 286.
Yes, the 315,266 changes to 286,816, and the 138,450 changes to 110,000. Okay?
Thank you.
Excellent. So again, we don't have the estimated tax rate impact. Could I have someone make a motion?
I made the motion.
Oh, you made the motion?
I made the
Okay, you made the motion, so
And I
that's what it is.
seconded
And who's seconding it? Okay. So now, any comments on
She should
these?
speak to her motion
Oh,
first. She should speak to her motion.
oh, okay.
Explain the motion.
As I said
Sorry.
when we were talking about all of these articles, the reason why the Budget Committee did not agree with the 138,000 is that we looked at the various accounts and we thought that adding 110,000 from taxation would be sufficient for this year, particularly when we were looking at the amount of money in the transfer station equipment. They currently have over 71,000, and they're planning to spend a total of 146,000 in the next 10 years. And we were hoping that we could decrease the amount just to take a little bit of a hit off of the tax rate.
Thank you. Would you please come up to the microphone and identify yourself, sir? Oh, Ellen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're going to have Ellen go first.
Okay. I just wanted to say that as a member of the CIP, Capital Improvement Plan Committee, we spent weeks and weeks looking at what the town needs to keep its commitment to what we're going to need in the future for our roads, for our highway department, for whatever. What we found was that we have been falling further and further behind over the years, and that in many instances, we come to a point where we will not be able to do something that is absolutely needed. I will vote for this because the board, I think I was the one that voted against it as a member of the Budget Committee. I will vote for it now, but what I want people to do is I want people to pay attention to the Capital Improvement Plan Committee and why they vote for certain amounts of money. You may agree or you may disagree, but it isn't something that we do lightly, and it takes us a long time to research to figure out what that amount is.
Thank you, Ellen.
Gregory Anthony's 103 Meadowboro Road. When I was a selectman, there was some talk about having a scale for the transfer station. And I spent a lot of time looking into that. And I found that it was not practical for this town. And I'm concerned that somewhere in here might be buried money to go towards a scale. And this would be a wrong direction for this town, especially now when there's so many other needs of equipment for the highway department and the solid waste. And I think it'd be very inappropriate. And Dave brought up the fact that we're now commingling these monies, and now it's being taken away from the public to say, yes, I think a truck is good, but when it comes to a scale, I think it's bad. And we've actually had a vote on that years ago, and the town turned down the scale. So I hope there isn't anything in here that brings that back without letting the town residents know what they'll be spending the money on. And could someone answer that question? Is there a scale in here somewhere?
I have no plans for a scale. Does other board committee members have plans for a scale? I don't know, but I have no plans for a scale for solid waste.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
I'd like to answer that further for you, Greg. There is a scale in there, and Terry read it off. And so when the CIP sees it, they see, well, there's a scale wanted. So what do? We got to figure out how much money. But we did vote it down. 2011, we brought it before the town meeting. We had a town meeting here, and the public turned it down big time. They said they didn't want it. And then numerous boards of selectmen have come forward and said, well, we're going to get it anyway. And this is their way to get it. You get a large sum of money in here under the title of equipment, and they get to pick whatever they want for equipment. You're out of the picture now. You're just being asked to put the money into the pool.
And that's what I'm speaking tonight on,
I just feel we're
or
going
this
in the wrong
afternoon
direction
on.
with this expansion.
And that's something that should go back to the voters and the residents to vote on separately. And if this allows that to happen, then we should not be voting on this, because there's too many things needed by the highway department and other departments, trucks, plows, graders, and so forth coming up, and you were right about that. But to spend, there's been two numbers batted around for the scale. First it was $120,000, then it was $60,000, then it went back up to 100 and some thousand. And people forget this, but I was watching a select board meeting, and I think Swins was chair, and they actually voted to do the scale, but it just kind of died away. But if their money is going to be there, and we have the wrong selectmen, then we're going to be faced with them buying this scale, which is totally inappropriate and would be a waste of money, when the value of this money would be better served for other equipment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any comments on this? Okay, can I get him first, Pat?
Mark McFadden, 181 Mary Meeting Road. I just have a question for clarification on the Budget Committee not recommending this article by a 0 to 6 to 1 vote. Is that going to be amended on the final, or are we still in discussion under the amendment?
No.
Will that be revoted or just updated as approved or amended?
After the deliberative session ends, the Budget Committee will come out of recess, and then, which I'm I'm keeping track of, we will reconvene to consider the revised amounts. And if we agree with the revised amounts, then that would be changed, possibly, 500.
Under the amended. Under the amended.
Under the
Yes.
amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Pat? You don't get a microphone over there, sorry.
No, that's quite all right. I have a loud voice. Pat Grant, 3 St. Moritz Road over in Couple Crown. I understand your concern, Mr. Anthony's, Mr. Bickford, and anyone about the equipment. My comment is, if you don't want these things to happen, then you need to go to selectmen's meetings and let them know how you feel about it. Selectmen, I'm sure, I have to say I don't ever go to meetings, but if I had a concern, I would go and point out that I want you to do a little bit better job thinking about those of us who live in the town and what our taxes are doing to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In reply to that.
Oh, okay, I'm just going to see, is there anyone new that wants to speak? Okay, yes, Mr. Bickford.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I agree with you 100%, and I've been doing that for years, and that's why I brought it up tonight, too. Hopefully others will join in.
Yes, Mr. Fanjoy?
Ken Fanjoy, Kings Highway. I understand about the scale issue, but you got to look at other towns that have them. Farmington, for instance, they have a scale. They're not much larger than us, I don't believe.
Well, yes, they are.
A bit, but still.
You've got other towns that have it. There's a potential of revenue from a scale, because we have contractors that get loaded in different areas, and they have no way of weighing their trucks. There could be fees. Plus, when people come in to dump, it ain't, well, that truck, I think it's $5 or $10. It's gonna be, no, here's what it weighs, here's what you pay, period. So, I think a scale in the future is something that we may want to really look at. I know some people don't like it, but it's a chance for revenue for the town.
Okay, Ellen, I'm going to go next because I keep missing you, and then Mr. Anthony's, and then Mr. Bickford.
Okay. I just wanted to say that, again, the Capital Improvement Plan Committee listened to the highway and solid waste departments when they came, and the belief is that we are losing out on a lot of money because we don't have the scales. And as Mr. Fanjoy said, someone might say, oh, $10 for that load, $15 for that load, but we have no idea. And that having a scale, not having a scale, is a reason that we are losing revenue. So this is why I would support in the future having a scale. Whether the town votes on it or not, it needs to be, whether the town people vote on it is a decision, I guess, of the select board, but it needs to be explained to them. One of the things we do is the highway department says what truck they need and what year they're going to need it, and we put money in so that they get it. Well, when the highway department or the solid waste comes along and says, we need the scale, and we should have had it 10 years ago when it would have cost us $30,000, that maybe we should listen to them now and really think that through before we just say the people didn't want a scale how many years ago. Well, the town has changed, and maybe people realize that with all the building and demolition and remodeling going on, that a scale might be more necessary now. And yes, it's going to cost more money, as everything does, but so will the fees that people have to pay to bring their demolition and so forth to the landfill.
Mr. Anthony?
Transfer station.
Thank you, Ellen.
Gregory Anthony's again. I studied this, and people don't realize when we have construction going on, the building of homes, the addition of buildings of homes, the majority of people and contractors bring in a dumpster. They don't go to the dump with that large of debris and so forth. They have dumpsters on site. I built a garage, and I even had a dumpster on site, and I didn't take any of my debris to the town. I call it town dump, but it went into that dumpster, and that's what most people do. If you look at this, which I did, for a town this size, when you're going to spend over $100,000 and then have to maintain it and then hire someone to watch over it and know how to get the vehicles on it and get it off and so forth, you're hiring another employee and so forth. There's no way, if you miss $10 here or $20 here on a pickup truck or whatever, that's going to make up for $120,000. So this idea of it's a moneymaker is false. Now, possibly in a larger town that's very efficient and so forth, and that use it a lot, they might break even. They might just make a little bit. But as the scale gets older, and I looked in this also, the maintenance of that scale is extremely expensive. They break down, they have problems, and they don't last all that long, where you're going to have to end up replacing it. So I'm saying this now, you've got to run these numbers right if you're going to do this. And I did that, and those numbers haven't changed. The price has gone up for the scale. The price of the labor will be going up. Someone have to learn how to do it, how to adjust and so forth. You have to bring people in to adjust it every year and so forth. So the money isn't there, and it never will be there for a town our size. So I think that money can be easily spent and better spent for equipment that's a lot of money. I mean, these equipment that our road agents need and so forth, they're very expensive and they're needed. And, you know, I have the utmost support for our road agent and John there at the transfer station. But this is something we shouldn't go willy-nilly in.
Oh, okay, Mr. Antes, it's, you know, we've established
thank you very much.
what this is for, and thank you very much for your input. Is there anyone else that wants to come? Mr. Bickford, yes.
But you forgot me. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Well, Greg is right. We have an ordinance in this town that contractors have to take their debris over a certain amount. Can't remember the cubic yards, I think it's 4. They have to take it to Waste Management or some other place. They can't bring it to our local dump. So what we're talking about is small-time people bringing their stuff in, like me, small-time. And the cost of a set of scales is pretty high to think you're going to make money on that. Now, yes, the guessing is not a good thing to do, but that's what we're getting away with. A lot of things we do collectively, and that's sort of the remainder of what we don't collect is done in a collective sort of thing. It's sort of like when the recreation department puts on their card games. You don't charge the people for it. Okay, it's just part of doing business in town. It's a small thing. The other thing is, we're on the scales. But this is the part that worries me, is that we won't be able to have this kind of debate when we get into putting money into equipment, broad thing, and then the selectmen should just go out and buy it. They don't have to come back to you like we did in 2011 and say, do you mind? Like they did before and said no. Now they just get to do it and say, tough luck, there it is. Now send me some more money for the equipment. That's all I have to say. Again.
Thank you.
See Pat? Where'd she go?
She didn't want to talk anymore, I guess. Okay. Okay, is there any more discussion on the amendment to Article number 10 as I read it earlier? Is there anyone that, does anyone want me to read the article again? No. Okay, excellent. Okay, all those in favor of Article Amendment number 1 as read before on Article number 10, please raise your voting cards. All those opposed, please raise your voting cards. Okay, the motion passes. The Article number 10 will go forward onto the ballot as amended here. So that's what will show up in March. Okay, I'll take a motion to restrict from reconsideration from somebody.
Mark Dekoff.
All right, Mr. Dekoff. Do I have a second?
Ken Fanjoy.
Oh, Mr. Fanjoy. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Or,
Hold it.
all right, hold up your cards. I'm sorry. All those opposed, hold up your cards. Oh, stop. Okay, the motion passes, and Article 10 is now closed for reconsideration. Article 11, let's see. I was told that at 5 o'clock, if we're kind of turtling along, I'm supposed to give a recess so you guys can take a break. If you guys want me to motor through at 5 o'clock, let me know, but I intend to just take a short break for 10 minutes at 5 o'clock. So hopefully we'll make it through Article 11 and 12 and kind of go on from there. So Article 11, appropriate to highway equipment CRF. Should Articles 8, 9, and 10 not pass, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be placed in previously established highway equipment capital reserve funds established on March 15, 2006, Article number 12, with said funds to come from taxation. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact is 8 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 6-0 to 1 vote. Who would like to speak to this article?
Mark Diekoff. So this is to add money to this highway equipment CRF for future needs for equipment for the highway department.
Okay, and so this has no impact with the numbers that we changed on Article 10, correct?
No.
Okay.
No, that'll be Article 12.
Just checking on that. Okay. The floor is now open to discussion. Kathy?
Kathy Earlwoods, Birch Hill Road. Please forgive me for being up here again, but
We love hearing from you.
this leads me to my question again, because this states, should Article 8, 9, and 10 not pass? It's not an or. So that was my question that I had earlier. So I'm reading this thinking that they all have to not pass
for
this to happen. And is that a proper interpretation?
No.
Thank you.
Needs to be changed.
Thank you.
That's a good question.
That needs to be changed.
Should Articles 8, 9, and 10 be passed?
Yeah.
You are correct, that's how it reads.
So it needs
Well,
to
if Article 10 or Article 8 doesn't pass, that means we're still going to have the funds. The article still, or that fund is still going to be available. So if we vote for that $50,000 in Article 11 to go, then it's going to go into that fund.
I don't think so.
Correct?
But that's, it has to be or.
Or it needs to be either. Or.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, can you get up to the microphone? Thank you very much for reminding me, I forget because I can hear them, believe it or not.
Are we?
If they bring it down, I guess. I hear what is being said, but I'm looking at the wording of the article, and it's not using any other words. It says and. So it's inclusive. I don't know if, can we amend this? And I'm not prepared to do so, but maybe someone can help. Should the article be reworded that allows for an and/or situation so that if, no, he's shaking his head
I
no.
thought the subject wouldn't change, so it would be,
No, I'm not saying
you can't.
you can't change it.
Right.
I'm saying it wouldn't be wise to change it, because 8, 9, and the way overdrafted this, though it appears that the intent is 8, 9, and 10 hang together, either pass together or don't pass together. And 11 only comes into effectiveness if nothing has happened with 8, 9, 10.
Okay,
So-
I understand and I hear what you're saying, but I also see confusion. One may pass, one may not.
Well, I think the whole structure could lead to some confusion, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure how we're going to solve that here today.
Oh, okay.
Could there be wording put, sorry,
I mean, but the end result, the confusion may be by voters trying to vote on these who haven't looked at the voter's guide or come here. And I'm not sure we can
But-
solve that problem.
May I ask a question to clarify for some of this?
You're the moderator.
No. This is a question from me to see if this helps, but I see where you are, because if you have discontinued something and then something comes up later that something's not there, so if there's parts, I understand what you're saying about the and.
Well, I'm not sure I hear you hearing me.
Okay.
And I don't mean any
No.
disrespect.
Okay. We knew this was going to happen tonight, a lot of confusion over these articles, so.
There is no or.
And so, in my example I used before was, let's say that Article 8 passes.
Correct.
Article 9 fails. Article 10 passes. Okay? So now you're saying in Article 11, should Articles 8, 9, and 10 not pass? So it implies that all three do not have to pass. And I'm presenting a scenario, which is possible.
Yes.
Let's say that 2 out of the 3 pass. Where does that leave Article 11 because of this wording?
It's not possible for one of those not to pass and the other ones pass, right? That they're all contingent.
Could you
Sorry.
identify yourself, please?
Yeah, Ron Ueno. So Kathy, it's all or nothing. There is no or, because 8, 9, and 10 all say they're contingent on the others. So it can't pass if the others didn't pass.
So that even if, let's say, 8 passes.
Yep.
And 9 and 10 do not.
8, in effect, is not passed.
Right, because it's contingent on 9 and 10 passing in
Right.
the wording.
So
So
that
it's
would
this
cover it?
8, 9, and 10, it has to be all of them pass or all of them don't.
Right.
There's no mixture there when it comes to 11 and 12.
So it is right.
So we either get a new one or we leave them as it
And
is.
according to this, should Articles 8, 9, and 10 not pass? So that's saying this then comes into play if those 3 don't.
And because of the wording where they're contingent, that's the
If
thing
one of
that's
those doesn't
covered.
pass,
Those
none
are
of them do.
contingent, meaning even if, like they said, 8 and 9 pass, but 10 doesn't, in effect, all 3 of them wouldn't pass, which means 11
Is
would
in effect.
actually come into play, correct?
That helps
And
me.
12 would come into play.
That helps me, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, you had,
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and Kelly Bisson, Garmisch Drive and Couple Crown. Kind of to that, can we maybe also look at rewording the voter's guide to make sure that
Yes.
this discussion is
Yes, the voter's guide is
meticulously
something
outlaid
that,
for-
yeah, these things we can do amendments to or whatever,
Right.
but the actual explanation for it, I think a lot of clarification will come from everyone's confusion here, which we'll be able to redo the voter's guide. And, the voters, if they have questions beforehand, we're going to have copies of the warrants out and the voter's guide and a sample ballot, one second, Alicia, for voters to go ahead and, do their research beforehand. Alicia? I'm sorry, Jeff, it's just, I think Alicia may have something.
Alicia Housel, talking on behalf of the town clerk. Also, when the annual town report is printed, but prior, it has to be out a week before the election, the deliberative session meeting minutes are included in that. So all of our conversations back and forth are included, so hopefully everyone can kind of see the discussions that did take place.
So hopefully we've been coherent while we're talking, so. Mr. Allard?
So I'm Jeff Allard. I think that Articles 8, 9, and 10 are in fact worded properly and fine, because and this is what you were saying, it clearly reads, if any one of those 3 articles fail to pass, all 3 fail to take effect. So that to me is not at all confusing. But I do believe that we should amend Article 11, because that is confusing. Because that says that Articles 8, 9, Kathy's right, I believe, it says Articles 8, 9, and 10 all must not pass in order for this to take effect. And I don't think that's what you intended. I think you intended that if 8 or 9 or 10 don't pass, then this would take effect. And I think we should amend it to read that, and I don't see any reason why we can't amend that tonight to read clearly. It's 8 or 9 or 10, then it takes effect.
Correct.
Semantics, yes.
Do you agree, Kathy? Exactly. Thank you. Okay, so is there anyone that has a question or would like to make an amendment to this article?
I'd like the opinion from council.
Oh, I think the amendment...
And/or?
I agree that that would be an improvement.
Okay.
I think either of them would accomplish it, but I agree that would be clearer to do it that way.
Mr. Allard, do you want to come up to the mic?
In which case, I make a motion to amend Article 11 to read, should Articles 8 or 9 or 10 not pass, blah, blah.
Okay, did you want to do that, or did you want to say 8, 9, and or 10? No,
No, I
just
think
or for each of them?
it's or
Okay.
and or. So if any of those three don't pass, this takes effect, because if any of those three don't pass, all three fail to take effect. So I think it's 8 or 9 or 10.
Okay, I am, since I have this pretty clear down here, I'm not going to request it in writing, but I'm going to read the amendment. Kathy, you go ahead before I want to second it. Okay, want to second that. So I'm going to go ahead and read the article, and then you guys can see if that is what you want. You can say yay, and then I will take a vote on whether or not the amendment should be voted on, okay? Okay. So Article 11 will say appropriate to highway equipment CRF. Should Articles 8 or 9 or 10 not pass, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be placed in previously established highway equipment capital reserve funds established on March 15th, 2006, Article number 12, with said funds to come from taxation. Does that state what we were talking about? Okay. So, so that has gone. Is there anyone who wants to talk about this before I request a vote? We're good? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment to Article 10 or 11 as I just read, raise your cards, please. Excellent. All those opposed, raised your cards. Okay. The amendment as read to Article 11 passes, and that will go forward to the warrant. Could I get a motion to restrict from reconsideration for Article number 11 as amended? Mr. Drummy? Okay. Could I get a second? Mr. Dekoff? And the vote, so everyone says yes? Okay. So we are now done with Article 11. So let's go ahead to Article number 12. Appropriate to SWR equipment CRF. There should be some hints in here. Should Articles 8, 9, and 10 not pass, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $88,450 to be placed in previously established solid waste equipment capital reserve funds established on March 10th, 2010, Article number 14, with said funds to come from taxation. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact is 14 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee does not recommend this article by a 0 to 6 to 1 vote. Who would like to speak to this article?
I'd like to make a motion to amend Article 12.
I'll second it.
Wait, there may be something different too.
Should Articles
I know what it
8
is.
or 9 or 10 not pass, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $60,000 to be placed in previously established solid waste equipment capital reserve fund, yada, yada. And if somebody seconds it, I'll explain why.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Dekoff and...
Okay. Looking at the Capital Improvement Committee report, this fund currently has $71,510. By adding $88,450 to it. It gives it a total of $159,960. According to the report, over the next 10 years, it is anticipated that only $146,160 is going to be spent. I don't think we need to raise more than we need to right away.
It's the same as 10.
The
She's
Budget
amending the
Committee,
whole
when
thing.
we
She's
discussed
amending
this, recommended the $60,000 to keep it more in line for what they might need in the immediate future.
Okay, so that is the amendment, and it was seconded? Okay, so do I have anyone who has a comment? Mr. Anthony's. Oh, sorry, was there someone I missed? Okay, well, you've talked a lot, he's talked a lot, so I'm going to start flipping a coin. I'm supposed to talk. Mr. Anthony's, go ahead.
May I go ahead?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Now you see talk a lot.
Gregory Anthony's Peterborough Road again. I appreciate you dropping that for us, but it goes back to what I asked before. Now, does this hold monies for the scale? Can those monies be used for the scale rather than other needed equipment during the next 10 years for the solid waste?
That would be up to the Board of Selectmen how this capital reserve funding is spent.
And you know that.
I anticipate they would want recommendations from our DPW head, and then the board would discuss it and then make a decision.
Can we change and put in, this excludes any monies to go for the...
No, that changed the intent of the article. It's not allowed.
That would change it
the
enough
intent.
that...
You can't change the intent of the article.
So we're back to where we are before.
Next year.
Yeah, if we get bad selectmen, we're going to end up with a damn left. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, you're welcome. Anyone else? Did you, Mr. Bickford?
No, I talked too much.
Okay. Did I say that? Okay. Okay, this also is going to obviously impact on the tax rate. Again, that will be changed by the time the ballot comes out. So any other comments? I would like to put this up for a vote, all right? Did you want me to read the entire article again, or are we good? Did someone else have a comment or question? Did you, Mark?
They want the article read again.
Okay. So Article 12, appropriate to SWR equipment CRF. Should Articles 8 or 9 or 10 not pass, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $60,000 to be placed in previously established solid waste equipment capital reserve funds established on March 10th, 2010, Article 14, with said funds to come from taxation. Okay? Does anyone have any questions on that? Could I get a motion on that amendment?
I already
You already did. So I want to do a vote on that, and everyone's good. I just want to make sure, you can never do too many. Are you sure you want to do this? So, all those in favor, raise your card. Bless you. All of those opposed, raise your card. Okay. The motion passes. Article 12, with the voted on amendment, will go forward to the ballot. Could I get a motion to restrict from reconsideration?
Mark
Mr. Dekoff. Could I get a second, please?
Terry Jarvis.
No, I'm going to let Kathy do it, okay? So Kathy Orlowitz, thank you very much. So look at this, it's 5 o'clock. So I'm going to go ahead and recess this for 10 minutes for you guys to stretch your legs. I highly say you go out, run around in the snow for about 10 minutes, you'll wake right up, and then we will come back and start with Article 13, okay? Thank you very much. And I want to thank everyone for helping me figure out where I left off and what I need to do, because I'm having issues tonight, obviously. So, okay, so I'm going to go ahead with Article 13, appropriate to highway trucks CRF, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $150,000 to be placed in previously established highway trucks capital reserve funds established on March 4th, 1988. Article number 9, with said funds to come from taxation. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact is 25 cents per $1,000 assessed value. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 5-1 vote. Is there any, who would like to speak on this article?
Mark Dekoff.
Mr. Dekoff.
So basically, this is for the Highway Department for highway trucks only to replace trucks that are going to be going out of service. And of course, the price of the vehicles keep rising. So this is to help establish more into the fund to replace vehicles.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from anyone? Okay. Since there's, since I'm not hearing any kind of comments, I'll take a motion to restrict reconsideration of Article number oh, Kathy? Okay, thank you. Could I give a second for that? Second. He's looking really, he really wants it, so I'm going to give it to Mr. Fanjoy. Okay, all those in favor, raise your cards to restrict. All those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, motion passes. And Article 13 is restricted from reconsideration. I'm going to continue to Article 14, appropriate to CRF, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be placed in a previously established vehicle and equipment maintenance capital reserve fund established on March 10th, 2010. Article number 15, with said funds to come from taxation. Majority vote is required. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact of 4 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee does not recommend this article by a 1-4-2 vote. Who would like to speak on this article? Mr. Dekoff.
So basically, this is to have funds added to that, so if we have any major equipment breakdowns, we can have said funds to cover the cost.
Okay, any other comments on this article? Mr. Drummy?
Scott Drummy, Old Bay Road. Just wondering if this called a vehicle and equipment maintenance fund. Is it restricted to highway equipment only, or is it across solid waste, or is it applied to Parks and Rec if they ever get a vehicle, or anybody else in town? How widespread is this? Is it a new police car engine? Is it what?
Yeah, it's basically any town and equipment, I would think, that could be used for that.
Mm-hmm. My experience, Terry Jarvis, Budget Committee, my experience with this has been, it's for large unanticipated expenses. One year it was a highway truck that I think had like $23,000 and that had to be fixed. Another year it was one of the fire trucks. So it's large, unanticipated. And usually they're really large.
Any other comments or questions from the audience? Could you come up to the microphone, please?
I see here that
Mr. Anthes?
I'm sorry, Greg Anthes, Meterboro Road. I see that the Budget Committee did not recommend this. Was there a reason, or did I misread that?
No, the Budget Committee did not recommend it, and it was because of the amount of money. The Budget Committee was in favor of putting $20,000 in there, because as you look at the capital improvement report, they requested $20,600. They only expect to spend approximately $20,600 every year for the next 10 years. And so we thought that $20,000 would be appropriate, particularly since they currently have $26,173 in the account.
Can I ask for a follow-up?
Come up to the microphone, please.
And I guess
that seems reasonable to me, but you didn't want to work it out and not drop it from 25 to 20 then, or?
Well, I just figured I'd give somebody else a chance to make the motion.
Oh, man. Mr. Drummy, would you like to come up and?
I'd like to make a motion to reduce the line item to $20,000.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Anthes? All those in favor, all right,
You're going to have to read it.
I know, okay, I will go ahead and read it. And I will not need this since it's very simple, I will not require this one in writing, okay? Yes, I'm breaking my own rules, but I can do that. So I'm going to read those in favor of the amendment to Article 14, appropriate to CRF, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 to be placed in previously established vehicle and equipment maintenance capital reserve funds established on March 10th, 2010, Article 15, with said funds to come from as taxation.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your cards. All those opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Be aware that there may be a change in the estimated tax rate impact, which will show up on the ballot. And I will accept a motion to restrict from reconsideration Article number 14 as amended. Kathy Orlowitz, thank you. And could I get a second on that? I'm going to go with you.
Kelly.
Okay, Kelly. So that passes. Article 14, as amended, is restricted from reconsideration. Moving on to Article 15, water quality milfoil CRF. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be placed in previously established New Durham water quality and milfoil treatment capital reserve funds established on March 9th, 2009, Article number 7, amended March 12th, 2019, Article 11, with said funds to come from taxation. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact of 2 cents per 1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 6-1 vote. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this article? Mr. Dekoff.
So basically, this is the milfoil treatment that we always do to keep up with the, up at Merrimeeting and at the lake and the river. So this is the gem of our town, Merrimeeting Lake.
Okay. Anyone else have comments on this?
I was going to second.
Oh, second, yes. Okay, anyone else have comments or whatever? Okay. All those in favor say aye. I'm just going to do that. No? No cards up? Okay.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I'm just...
You said all of this favor.
I know, so, okay, so restrict this from reconsideration. Okay, Anthes. And second, Kathy Orlowitz. Okay, the water quality milfoil CRF goes forward. Article 16, oh, this is going to be a fun one. Article 16, discontinue CRF. To see if the town will vote to discontinue the solid waste facilities and improvement capital reserve funds established on March 10th, 2010, Article number 14. Said funds in the amount of $30,497 in accumulated interest to date of withdrawal will be transferred to the general fund. This article is contingent upon Article 17 passing. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact is 0 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 5-1 vote. Who would like to speak to this article? Mr. Dekoff.
So we want to discontinue this CRF, and then it'll be explained why we're going to establish it in Article 17.
Okay, any comments from anyone else? Okay, no comments. Mr. Baca? Thanks, I know, just throw something. Well, something small.
All right.
No waves.
Once again, Chris Baca from Drew Road. I keep hearing about the CRF and this accumulated interest, and then I just found out that we're not making any interest. We're not making any money on our money. Maybe we should start looking at finding ways so that our money or our capital can generate its own money so that we're not putting 2 cents and 3 cents and 7 cents here. Who is in charge of that, of establishing this CRF? Is that the budget committee or is that the trustee of the trust fund?
The voters.
Terry?
The trustees of the trust fund determine where our money is invested, and they are completely separate from the budget committee. In fact, it's a conflict, and you can't serve on both of them. And there are statutes that dictate what we can and cannot do with trust fund money.
Okay. So it's the trust.
Trust
Trustee of the
funds.
trust.
Trustees of the trust fund, yes. Thank you. Anyone else have any comments?
Well, I was...
Oh, I'm sorry, did someone else want to speak?
I was just going to say, Chris, that the interest rate has been very low, and of course, interest rates were very low for a long time, and they're just starting to come up. There may be a possibility that those interest rates will come up. But if you want more information on that, David Allen's here, and you heard him speak before, and he's been on the trustee of trust funds for many years and knows as much about that as anybody. So, and I know he's looked into trying to get more interest and that sort of thing. So follow it up with David Allen, if you would.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, could I get a motion to restrict from reconsideration?
Mark Diekoff.
Mark Diekoff, could I get a second, please?
Kelly Bisson.
Kelly Bisson, thank you. So Article 16 is now restricted from reconsideration. Article number 17, oh, Kathy, did you? Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't vote on it? No. Oh, I should have gone outside, didn't I? Okay, so all those in favor say aye, put up your card aye. All those opposed, no? I really apologize for this, okay? I'm sorry. So it is now restricted from reconsideration, and I'll go on to Article 17, establish CRF. To see if the town will vote to establish a Public Works Facility and Improvements Capital Reserve Fund with the Board of Selectmen as designated agents to expend for the purpose of facility and improvements for the Department of Public Works, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,497 to be deposited in this account, with $70,000 to come from taxation and $30,497 to come from unassigned fund balance as of December 31st, 2022. This $30,497 represents the amount of funds in the solid waste facilities and improvement capital reserve fund discontinued above. The selectmen recommend this article. This article is contingent upon Article 16 passing. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact 11 cents per 1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 4-2-1 vote. Who would like to speak on this article? Mr. Diekoff.
On this article. So basically what we're doing is combining from the 2010 by the voters prior to the change of 2016, where the town combined the highway and solid waste transfer station under the title of Department of Public Works. So we're combining the CRF into one area for the whole highway and solid waste under the Department of Public Works. And then we're asking for the funds that, after we discontinue Article 16, to be transferred to that, and also raising and appropriating the sum of funds that are needed for the improvements down there.
Okay, any questions or comments on this article? Ms. Anthes?
Janice Anthes, Meterborough Road. I'm just curious on the amount 70,000. How was that determined?
That would, whatever the CIP recommended, and then the Board of Selectmen adjusted it to where we thought it'd be palatable for the taxpayers to.
Okay, is that because the Highway Department building is a bigger building, and when things fail over there, you may need more?
Well, eventually, the Highway Department's going to need it to be added on so we can store equipment. We have equipment now in the winter that we're heating outside so they could start them, and we're eventually going to need to extend the building so we can fit equipment inside and hopefully save money down the road on electric costs.
Okay, because I heard that the roof
Oh, yeah.
had a big hole in it too, now, right? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this article? Okay, I move to restrict, could I get a motion for someone to restrict Article 17 from reconsideration?
I'll motion it.
Oh, thank you. Okay, Mr. Dekoff, can I get a second?
Second, Ken
Mr.
Fanjoy.
Fanjoy? Okay. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, motion passes. Article 17 is restricted from reconsideration. Article 18, appropriate to CRF. Should Articles 16 and 17 not pass, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $70,000 to be placed in the previously established Solid Waste Facilities and Improvement Capital Reserve Funds established on March 10, 2010, Article number 14, with said funds to come from taxation. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact is 11 cents per 1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee does not recommend this article by a 2-3-2 vote. Who would like to speak on this article?
Can I amend it?
Okay. What would you like to amend?
Should Articles 16 or 17 not pass?
Okay, so you make a motion to amend that article to say 16 or 17?
Yep.
Can I get a second from anyone? Second. Second from Ms. Jarvis. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read the article and as the amendment and see if everyone understands it, just to be sure, okay? Article 18, appropriate to CRF. Should Article 16 or 17 not pass and the remainder stays the same? Is that what everyone understands on that? Okay. So you made a motion and Terry seconded.
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor of the Article 18 as amended, please raise your...
Oh, should we open it for discussion?
Oh, yes, open it for discussion. All right, does anyone... Yes, Ms. Andrews. I'm never going to get this.
No, you will.
Janice Santhes, Meterboro Road.
That's what I was going to do.
Again, it's wording, and maybe since we're talking about the amendment, we can, this says the $70,000 would be going into just solid waste facilities. Does that mean then that it's limited to just solid waste facilities? Okay, so why are we putting $70,000 towards solid waste facilities?
That's if the other articles don't pass.
Okay, but did CIP identify $70,000 or more? 100, or they've already got $30,497. So was there $100,000 worth of facilities stuff that needs to be done at the solid waste station?
Yeah.
Go ahead, can you get up to the... Yes, go ahead. Nicole.
Nicole Zogo, Town Administrator. Reading from the CIP report, page 12, Solid Waste Facility Improvement CRF. Anticipated balance as of August 31st, 2022 is $30,497,000. Requested is $350,000 for 5 years, which would equal $70,000. Recommended $70,000. Account to be spent between 2022 and 2031, $350,000. Rationale: there are no plans for any changes to the solid waste facility in the coming years. The current balance should handle the maintenance items. However, the highway garage is in need of 2 additional bays for truck storage and repair work. While there is no CRF to fund this, therefore the ACIP recommends that the CRF be renamed the Public Works Facilities Improvement CRF, and the CRF include both the highway garage and the solid waste facility. The ACIP also recommends that $350,000 be added to the fund over the next 5 years to pay for this expansion. Thank you.
Mr. Dekoff, did you want to speak to this? Was that...
That's good.
That's good? Okay, Mr. Drummy?
Being the author of the CIP report, I agree with what was just said.
Okay.
The problem is, by putting the $70,000 into the solid waste funding, you can't put 2 new bays in the highway department. You can't fix the salt shed. So the money's just going to sit there, unspent. I recommend you zero that out.
That a motion?
Yep.
If you put that
That-
in
My motion is to remove the $70,000.
Wait a minute, we're still.
Are we still on the or?
So we need to, so we haven't actually voted on this amendment
We're still
yet.
on the or, right?
We're still on the or.
Okay.
So, and since we have that one going, can we just make this part of the, since we haven't actually voted on it?
Want to do
Okay.
one amendment at a time?
One amendment at a time,
Fine.
okay? Well,
Just take a vote on.
yes, this one here. So we're going to do the or, and then we will entertain Mr. Drummy that he can add on to the or, well, he will add that, okay? All those in favor of the amendment number 1 to Article 18, changing it from 16 and 17 to 16 or 18, raise your, 17, I'm sorry. Raise your cards. Okay, all those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, that motion passes. Are there any other comments or amendments anyone would like to make?
On Article 18?
On Article 18?
Yes.
Yes. May I help you, sir?
I'd like to amend I'd like to, amend it to zero it.
Okay, so should Article, so you
Or
wanted to...
$1?
You
Whatever.
can make it to 0. So you can change it to, should Articles 16 or 17 not pass, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $0 to be placed in previously established solid waste facilities and improvement capital reserve funds established on March 10th, 2010, Article number 14, with said funds to come to taxation.
Okay. Can I ask
Okay?
a question?
That's your motion.
That's my motion, yes.
Do I have a second? Okay, would anyone like to speak to this? Any other comments on this?
Can I ask the Budget Committee why they voted 2 to 3 to 2?
You may.
Then I'll ask.
We didn't agree with the amount of money.
What was your agreed amount money?
We had agreed on 60,000, but as I've been listening, if you didn't make the motion, I was going to.
To zero it?
No, I was going to make it 1.
$1, okay.
Did you want 1 or 0?
Zero is fine.
Okay.
$1 doesn't change the tax rate very much.
Okay, yes. Okay, so I had a second for Mr. Drummy's. Did I have a second? I'm sorry, so Janice Anthony's, okay. I'd like, did you want me to read the article, the total article through before we take a vote on? Okay, so all those in favor of amendment number 2 to Article 18 by Mr. Drummy, raise your cards in favor.
Mention that it's changed from 70,000 to 0.
Yes, so so now the article will be 16 or 17, and the sum will be $0. Thank you. All those opposed? All those in favor again? Sorry, guys. Okay, so it does pass as amended with our amendments 1 and 2. Could I get a motion to restrict from reconsideration?
Mark Dekoff.
Mr. Dekoff, could I get a second? Ms. Anthes. So Article 18 is now restricted from reconsideration. Moving on to Article 19, appropriate to CRF, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $39,000 to be placed in previously established police cruiser capital reserve funds established on March 15th, 2000. Article number 7, with said funds to come from taxation. Majority vote required. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact, 6 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3 to 0 vote. The Budget Committee does not recommend this article by a 0 to 3 to 4 vote. Who would like to speak to this article?
I have an amendment.
Okay, I'm ready.
To see if the town will will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $28,000 to be placed in the previous established police cruiser capital reserve fund established on March 15, 2000, Article number 7, with said funds to come from taxation. The justification for this is when the chief came to us, he was recommending $39,000, and then when he went to the select board, he said he only needed $28,000.
Thank you. Oh, you were writing that the whole time.
You mean when he went to the budget
No, when he went to the budget committee.
Budget committee. Okay, could I get a second for?
Second.
I'm going to let her do it this time. Okay, Ms. Jarvis, any comments or questions on amendment number 1 to Article 19?
Just a comment, and that is why the votes of the Budget Committee.
Oh, yeah, can you, yeah.
That is why the vote of the Budget Committee was as is, because the chief came to the Budget Committee after the Board of Selectmen had already voted on $39,000 and said that he had figured that it would only be 28, but the 39 was already there, so that's why people voted against that, not against putting money in, but against the amount.
Thank you, Ellen. All of those in favor, did you want me to read this out? Okay, thank you. All those in favor of Article 19 as amended from the 39,000 to the 28,000, raise your cards. Oh, did I? Oh, to vote to amend, yes. So this is on the amendment itself. Okay. All of those opposed? Okay. So,
Any further comment?
oh, okay. Any further comment on the amended article? Okay, move to restrict. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. So Kathy votes to restrict and motions to restrict, and Mark seconds. Article 19 is restricted from reconsideration.
You have to vote.
We just voted to, we voted on that.
It's the same vote. We voted on the amendment.
We voted on the amendment.
We didn't vote to restrict.
Yes. So now,
You need to vote on restricting.
I thought we just did that.
No.
You first and seconded.
Okay. Kathy voted to restrict.
I seconded it.
Mark seconded. All those in favor say aye. I'm getting blue carded.
Yeah.
And all of
It's
those
getting
opposed, raise your cards.
It's getting late.
Okay. So, okay. So that is now restricted from reconsideration.
Point of order?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bickford, could you speak in the microphone, please?
I'm not sure as you need to do a restriction every time.
We came to agreement before this started. We were going to restrict everyone instead of doing them in bulk.
But-
Unless people want to stop doing that, that raises the issue of articles going on forever, or at the end of the night, someone can bring up an article that we have not restricted. That's the issue, is it's one of those zombie
I think most people
things.
here for the duration.
Keep going.
Okay, so want me to restrict for everyone, or do you want me not? I'm going to take a vote. Who wants me to restrict every article as I read it? Okay, all those opposed? Sorry, you guys are stuck. Sorry, Mr. Bickford. But you guys have to keep me honest, letting me know, because, the blonde hair, sorry. Okay, so we'll now go on to Article 20, appropriate to CRF. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be placed in previously established Smith Ball Field and Equipment Capital Reserve Fund established on March 13th, 2000, Article number 9, with said funds to come from taxation. Majority vote required. Estimated 2023 tax impact is 1 cent per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 6-1 vote. Who'd like to speak to this article? Celeste, would you like to come forward?
A different voice.
I thought you didn't like public speaking.
I don't.
All right.
Just pretend we're up here. I just wanted to say that I've been trying to expand down at the ball fields and make it better and improve it for all the town people. And this money is hopefully would go towards the walking trail. We want to put tennis courts and pickleball down there, and hopefully sometime in the future maybe a building would be great. but I know that that's not going to happen with this little bit of money, but maybe with some grants and some fundings, we could get there someday. But yeah, this is just to improve, you know, a little bit here and a little bit there, and just make it for a good place for everybody to go to.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from anyone? Okay, if there are no other comments, I will take a motion to restrict from reconsideration of Article 20.
Motion to restrict.
Okay, Mr. Fanjoy, could I get a second? Mr. Allard? Okay, all those in favor, raise your blue cards. All those opposed, raise your blue cards. All right, motion passes. Article 20 is restricted from reconsideration. I got one right. Okay, Article, see, no amendments, I can do this. Article 21, appropriate to CRF. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be placed in previously established facilities-related capital reserve funds as follows, with said funds to come from taxation. Account established 2022, 1772 Meeting House restoration, March 15th, 2000, Article 14, $15,000, total $15,000. I'm reading it as it's written. Majority vote required. The estimated tax rate impact is 2 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 6-1 vote. Who would like to speak to this article?
I can speak on that article. Basically, the Board of Selectmen looked at how close the Meeting House is getting towards meeting their goal to get a matching grant to LCHIP, so we thought that we should increase it to $15,000 this year to increase our chances of meeting the goal for the matching grant for LCHIP.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this article? I'll take a motion to restrict from reconsideration Article 21. Kathy Orlowitz, can I get a second? Mr. Baker. Okay. All of those in favor? All those in favor, oh, there's a lot of blue cards. All those in favor, blue cards up. Create the sum of $20,000 to be placed in a previously established fire vehicles capital reserve funds established on March 12, 2013, Article 11, amended March 12, 2017, Article 7, with said funds to come from taxation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this warrant article. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact is 3 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 6-1 vote. Who would like to speak to this article? Mr. Deacon.
I can speak on it with a disclaimer that I am on the fire department. So we decided that the fire department has enough funds, so we only recommended putting $20,000 towards it. I feel that the equipment down there can last a little longer, and we might be able to refurb some of the vehicles so we don't have the big capital outlay.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this article? Okay, if no other...
we got a comment over here.
Oh, sorry.
No, motion to reconsider.
Okay, yeah, motion to reconsider? Yes. Mr. Fanjoy, a second for that? Ms. Kathy Orlowitz. All those in favor, raise your cards to restrict. All those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, motion carries. Article 22 is restricted from reconsideration. Just whipping right along to Article 23, appropriate to CRF through fund balance. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $96,000 to be placed in previously established road reconstruction capital reserve funds established on March 10th, 2010, Article 5, with said funds to come from unassigned fund balance as of December 31st, 2022. The Board of Selectmen recommended this warrant article. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact, 0 cents per 1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 5-2 vote. Who would like to speak on this article?
I can speak on this article. So basically, this is money that we received into into our fund balance from the grant that we got to do the 319 project. So we're just asking, instead of it staying in the general fund, that we put it back into the road reconstruction capital reserve fund.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments on this article? I'll entertain a motion to restrict. Thank you, Kathy.
Second.
Second. Man, you guys are fast. All those in favor, raise your blue cards. All those opposed, raise your blue cards. Okay, motion passes. Article 24, wait a minute, no, Article 23 is restricted from reconsideration. Article 24, appropriate to CRF. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $15,000 to be placed in previously established fire department ancillary equipment capital reserve funds established on March 10th, 2015. Article number 15 with said funds to come from taxation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this warrant article. Majority vote required. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact of 2 cents per 1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee does not recommend this article by a 1 to 5 to 1 vote. Who would like to speak on this article?
I can speak on it.
Mr. Dekoff.
Basically, we added $15,000 to the fire department to buy any necessary equipment they might need added to the capital equipment for them.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak on this article? Mr. Drummy.
Budget Committee, why 1 to 5?
We voted this way because we felt that, given that this is a restricted account, it currently has 41, almost 42,000 in it. The next big expense isn't until 2028, which is for 160,000 for air packs, which the chief did was, when we did it previously, was able to get a lend-lease, and we didn't need to pay out all that money. It comes back again to looking at the whole picture of what we're going to be spending and what we're going to be increasing the tax rate to. That's why we suggested 10,000. It's not a big difference, but we just had to cut somewhere.
We'll make motion? You want to make a motion?
I'm wondering about it.
10,000?
Amendment?
I'll let it go.
Any other comments on this article, number 24? Okay, motion to Kathy, motion to restrict. Mr. Dekoff. Okay. Article 25, oh, sorry, did, Ellen?
No.
Oh, I vote,
Ready to-
I was
we have
so
to vote.
close, so close. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed? Okay, motion passes. Article 24 is restricted from reconsideration. Article 25, appropriate to ETF. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be placed in previously established accrued benefits liability expendable trust funds established on March 13th, 1996, Article 16, with said funds to come from taxation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this warrant article. Majority vote required. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact 2 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 7-0 vote. Would someone like to speak? Mr. Dekoff.
Mark Dekoff will speak on it. This is basically used for when an employee leaves or an employee retires that we need the funds to pay off their accrued days off. So that's what we're asking, 10,000 to be placed in it so we can have enough just in case future retirements.
Okay. Any questions or comments on this article? Okay. Motion to restrict. Mr. Dekoff. Second. Second, Ms. Jarvis. All those in favor, please raise your blue cards. All those opposed, raise your blue cards. Awesome. Article 25 is restricted from reconsideration. Article 26, appropriate to ETF. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be placed in previously established computer systems and office equipment expendable trust funds established on March 13th, 1996, Article number 11, revised on March 9th, 2011, Article 26, with said funds to come from taxation. The Board of Selectmen recommend this warrant article. Majority vote required. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact is 8 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee does not recommend this article by a 1-6 vote. Could I ask
speak on it.
Mr.
Mark
Dukoff?
Dukoff.
Yes.
These funds are needed as a part of a multi-year implementation of a significant software upgrade including tax collection, town clerk, motor vehicle, and payroll services, followed by the assessing department and building and code enforcement department, and with the third phase as an upgrade to the finance department. Some of these upgrades are vital due to state requirements, while others are needed to improve the internal and external customer service.
Thank you. Any questions or is there? All right, I'm going to let him go because you've been up here all the time. Mr. Bickford, you can go. Yes, I'm going to let you talk first. Yes, briefly.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Well, I wanted to make a motion on this to amend it to $25,000. So there'd be something there, which is what the Budget Committee, I believe, recommended originally. Does that look right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If somebody wants to second that, then. But I feel a little bit, I jumped in on Scott there, chance to discuss, I guess we can discuss that.
Okay, now we have a motion to amend, so we will go ahead and I need a second, so. Terry seconded.
Oh, Terry seconded?
Yes. Okay, any discussion on the amendment to the article?
The reason why the Budget Committee voted as we did is that we still were looking for some additional information, and we were comfortable with the 25,000, but not the 50. Going forward in future years, since this appears to be an annual expense, I'm questioning if in the future this should be an operational expense as opposed to a capital reserve.
Good point.
Okay, any other comments? Mr. Allard?
Yes, I'm Jeff Allard. I just have a question for the selectmen. What will it actually take to implement this computer system? Is $50,000 going to implement it, or
Well,
are we
over the whole-
5 years away, or how will this work?
I think the whole phase is 150,000, so it's a 3-year.
So it's going to take 3 years of putting money into this fund before we are even ready to start to implement?
No.
Or do we start now, and then we have to pay $50,000 a year over 3 years?
No, we're going to do it in sections, so you'd be able to do a little with the 50,000. The next year you get the 50,000, you'd add another department, and then at the end, we'd be adding finance.
Okay, and how would that affect that if we cut that in half?
It would push out implementing it.
Okay, then I would encourage voters to defeat that amendment, because if the land use department is any example, I don't know how severe the problem is in other departments, but I know within land use, we have a very severe problem in this town. We've got files and file cabinets and papers everywhere, and it's a mess. And for us in the planning board, we pass conditional use permits and other kinds of applications frequently, and we attach conditions. And those conditions need to be tracked by the building inspector. There are dozens of applications with conditions attached that are lost. They're just lost to the ether. Nobody's following up. And people don't turn in their log books that they've done their maintenance that's required. We need a computer system in order to track things, and I'm guessing that that's just one example that exists across Town Hall. So if that's really the case, to me, this is a really important need that our town needs. And this is not where I would want to scrimp and save. I think we should pay for this and get it done.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment? Ms. Anthes?
I also would like people to vote no on this amendment, and I've sat in many select board meetings recently, and there was, I think in 2020 there was finance upgrade or something, and we lost half the year financial records, and our staff has been having to put those together by hand for the auditors and the CPA. So the other thing, I think Alicia has talked about the fact that, systems aren't integrated. So in trying to get registrations done, especially with the state or this and that, they're on the phone waiting for someone to answer while the resident is standing there waiting as well. So I think it's time. We got to do it. We've been putting this off for years, and I think it's time to start doing it and start planning to get all of the systems integrated and up to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to comment? Mr. Pat? Thank you.
Pat Grant, 3 St. Moritz Road. I am a supervisor of the checklist. I have been for 13 years. And I have to tell you, it is a pain in the butt to try and get those silly computers to work. We spend an hour getting the computer to work so that we can do our job. And this is a state mandated job. We have to do it. We have to follow rules and regulations. Our system is a little sad, but it still has to work. And I have had to go to Nikki, and I've had to go to Alicia. I've had to go to a number of people. Please help us get the computer running. And it is a pain in the butt. So we desperately need this.
Thank you. Any other, Mr. Bickford?
Thank you. Of course, throwing more money at something doesn't necessarily make it better. I would hope it would. Now, the point of this is half a loaf is sometimes better than one. Right now, this article does not have the support of the Budget Committee, and that was the point of making an amendment to get half a loaf. That probably will be approved by the Budget Committee, and that'll be on the warrant saying that you have their recommendation. I'm just assuming that they would go along with it. Right now, you don't have that, which means there's a good chance the public will turn it down. So, half a loaf or none.
Any other comments?
So, Mark Dekoff, as a resident, so you're not listening to the townspeople that are recommending that we keep this at 50,000? You're just saying you're going to go along with the half a loaf, 25,000?
Well, the Budget Committee's already voted to...
But you can change it at the end, because you're going to so you could, after listening to them, change it and vote for the 50,000 after you reconvene.
Yeah. If you think that's convincing.
Okay, so anyone else have any comment? So, go ahead, Maureen.
Yes, because... No, but they can change your recommendation.
Maureen Knapp, Kings Highway. I'm going to wear 2 hats. One is supervisor of the checklist. We need a computer. Oh my gosh, do we need a computer? Number one. And number 2, I agree with the land use. I'm starting the septic survey. Those files are a mess, misfiled. Do we need to come into the 21st century now? Please vote this amendment down. We need these computers and the computer systems.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything? Mr. McFadden?
Yes.
I remember who you are.
Mark McFadden, 181 Merry Meeting Road. I think overall we need to look at it as townspeople and getting into the 21st century when we're now in 2023. I think Nicole provided a very good outlaid, a great plan of setting up the system. They were going to do beta testing. I believe it was over a period of the next year. They would be able to implement certain factions of this, but they need the money to do that. And the more you invest now, the more you are ahead of the game, and you're not lagging. And that's where, right now, customer service is number one. People are very impatient. They definitely want to get their permits. They definitely want to get things moving along. A computer system is vital in every town, as we've seen it. And sometimes towns don't want to spend money on technology, but unfortunately, that's society. We're looking at generations that are coming that only know technology. They don't understand people waiting, or I want to build a house, I can't get a permit, I'm just going to go ahead and do it. So you may be running more problems by pushing this down the road And I'm not a techie, but I do feel that we need to bring ourselves into the 21st century.
Thank you.
Well-
Anyone else have a comment? Mr. Bickford?
Just to add to that, we do have $18,000 already in the account, so $25,000 added on to that is a substantial start. So to add 50, that would be, now you'd have, what, 68, almost $70,000. So it's not like we're ignoring the issue. I mean, how much is enough? How much do you really need?
150?
How do you know that?
Mr.
Mark McFadden, just a comment back
Mhm.
really quickly. It's not the fact that we have the money here now and waiting, but it's getting it implemented. And I think there is probably a period of time when they'll have to do testing. There will be also transitions and conversions that would have to take place. Those all cost money. And any delay in it means that the cost could go up. As technology changes, so do the prices. So 18,000 right now in the bank is great, but when you're, for example, your car is going to cost you 50,000 next year, 18,000 is not going to push it if you still need an additional 50. So I'd rather be a little bit less conservative on technology at this point in this town's kind of pivotal area, only because the residents here are changing and this world that we live in is changing. So that's the only thing I feel that technology is going to be the leader in moving the town forward, and this is a cost that we need to kind of look at.
Anyone else have a comment to make? Okay, so basically the amendment was to change the appropriation from 50,000 to 25,000. Did you want me to read the whole thing or just put that up to a vote? Okay, all those in favor of amendment to Article 26 on appropriate ETF to change the amount from 50,000 to 20,000, raise your cards. 25,000, I apologize, thank you. Raise your cards. All those, oh, okay. All of those opposed? Okay, motion fails. Does anyone else have any other comments or questions on this article?
Motion to restrict?
I guess that's next. Yes, Mr. Dekoff. And Kathy, I will take a second from you. All those in favor of restricting? All of those opposed, raise your cards. Excellent. Okay, Article 26 is restricted from reconsideration. And I want to thank everyone for the good interaction, for all the different opinions on that, very respectfully giving your opinion. I appreciate that a lot, very clear. Article 27, change of ETF purpose. To see if the town will vote, number one, to change the purpose of computer systems and office equipment expendable trust fund to additionally include the purchase of town software, office equipment, and technology maintenance and improvements. A two-thirds vote is required. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact is 0 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by 3-0. Who would like to speak on this article? Mr.
I'll speak
Dekoff.
on this. This is one of the things that Rudy brought up before he stepped down from the board, that we should change this ETF to also include town software, office equipment, and technology maintenance. So that's why we want to change that.
Okay, anyone have any comments on this? Mr. Drummy?
Yes, my question is, if this fails, can this software improvement go forward?
Mr. Dekoff?
Does the current computer equipment include software upgrades and all the testing and whatever integration that needs to happen?
Well,
I don't know the fine print on that ETF of what it includes.
Yeah, the select board can choose the expenditure on that, plus its software is part of the computer system. But he also wanted to make sure it was office equipment and technology maintenance and improvements. That's why.
What's not included there then? Like a server rack or a fan or an air conditioner for the server room would not be included? Something like that?
Yeah, or
Or is it office chairs in the meeting room?
No, it's your software, some of your software maintenance contracts. So right now, we're taking it out of our general fund for some of that maintenance when you could possibly take it out of that.
Okay, any other comments or questions on Article 27? Okay, yes, sorry. Terry Jarvis.
This particular ETF is one that, depending on who's been on the trustees of the trust fund, depends on how it's been interpreted. When the change was made years ago to include office equipment, the intent at that time was to be all-encompassing, and the intent was that we could buy new computers out of it, we could buy software out of it, we could buy an adding machine if we needed. But somehow over the years, what the intent was has been interpreted differently. I tracked everything to when it was first established, and to me, it was very clear that it could be broadly used, just as, Selectman Decoff has explained. But that's not how the trustees have felt, so it's really necessary that this passes.
Any other comments on this? Okay.
Motion to restrict?
Wait, okay, motion to restrict.
Second.
Terry seconds, and, okay, Article 27.
All in favor?
All in favor? Blue cards, okay. All opposed? Okay. Article 27 is restricted from reconsideration. Article 28, discontinue ETF. To see if the town will vote to discontinue the Forest Fire Control Expendable Trust Fund. Said funds in the amount of $22,382 in accumulated interest, not much, I guess, to date of withdrawal will be transferred to the general fund. This article is contingent upon Articles 29 and 30, passing. Majority vote required. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact 0 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 5-0 to 2 vote. Who would like to speak to this article? Mr. Decock.
I can speak on this article. This is something the fire chief and the deputy fire chief agreed with discontinuing this so we could add it to establish a new one that will be an emergency management and forest fire fund, just for funds to be combined into both of them.
Okay, anyone have any questions or comments on Article 28? Okay, if there's no comments, I'll entertain a motion to restrict from Mr. Decoff. And Mr. Allard, you're the winner this time. Thank you. Article 28 is restricted from reconsideration. Vote. Wait, sorry, yes. Darn. Everyone in favor, raise your blue card. Everyone opposed?
She knows we got to be out of here at 7.
You didn't tell me that. Okay, so that passes. Article 28 is restricted from reconsideration. Article 29, discontinue ETF. Did you want me to talk faster?
No.
Okay. To see if the town will vote to discontinue the Emergency Management Expendable Trust Fund. Said funds in the amount of $6,768 in accumulated interest due to date of withdrawal will be transferred to the general fund. This article is contingent upon Article 28 and 30 passing. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact 0 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 5-0 to 2 vote. Who would like to speak to this article?
I can speak to this. The fire chief asked that we discontinue this fund so we can combine it into the emergency management and forest fire fund.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Okay.
Motion to restrict?
Yes, Mr. Decoff, motion to restrict. And all right, Kelly, I'm going to let you do it this time. So all those in favor, raise your blue cards. All those opposed, raise your blue cards. Yay me. Okay, Article 29 is restricted from reconsideration. Article 30, establish ETF. To see if the town will vote to establish an emergency management and forest fire fund with the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend for the purpose of emergency management and forest fire, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $29,150 to be deposited in this account, with $29,150 to come from unassigned fund balance as of December 31st, 2022. This $29,150 represents the amount of funds from the Forest Fire Control Expendable Trust Fund and the Emergency Management Expendable Trust Fund discontinued above. The Board of Selectmen recommend this warrant article. This article is contingent upon Article 28 and 29 passing. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact 0 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee recommends this article by a 6-1 vote. Who would like to speak to this article? Mr.
Speak on
Dekoff.
this. So this is going along with the other two articles where the fire chief recommended, the deputy fire chief recommended, who is also the deputy fire warden, that recommended we make this one warrant, combine the emergency management and the forest fire fund together.
Thank you. Do I have any questions or comments on this article, number 30? All right, I will take a motion to Thank you, Mr. Fanjoy. And could I get a second? Ms. Anthes. I got it. Okay, all those in favor, raise your blue cards. All those opposed, raise your blue cards. Okay, motion passes, and Article 30 is restricted from reconsideration. Woohoo! Article 31, appropriate to ETF, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $42,600 to be placed in previously established records management expendable trust funds established on March 23, 1999, Article 23, with said funds to come from taxation. Majority vote required. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact 7 cents per $1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee does not recommend this article by a 0-7 vote. Who would like to speak to this article?
I can speak on it.
Mr. Dekoff.
So basically, this is $42,600 in the Record Management Expendable Trust Fund is to, would aid in the building and sufficient resources to properly maintain short and long-term town records. Currently, records are stored in file cabinets that are not flood-proof or fireproof, in notebooks, binders, paper boxes, and file folders that are not made to protect important documents. Many town records could be moved to a paperless system, which would then allow easier access to information by town residents.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on that? Mr. Allard.
Sorry, I don't want to keep us longer than necessary, but...
We do let you talk. That's what we're here for.
I have two questions. Is this redundant with the $50,000 we just voted to put into software? I mean, that's what we're doing here.
No.
Is we're putting records into electronic records, right?
But we need the money to be, how much did it cost us in a grant just to scan, and we only got hardly anything done?
Okay, go ahead. Nicole, go ahead and speak to this. And you just stay there, that way you can come back to the thing for your second one.
Nicole Zocco, Town Administrator. So this is multiple records. This is not just, all of the ones that we can scan into a system and then create a virtual ability. Unfortunately, some records are permanent records, and actually Alicia probably can speak to the permanency of some of the records that we have. Some of the records, we have to keep them forever. We cannot just scan them into a system, and those records are not protected. So this is really kind of talking about infrastructure of record management in a sense of not just electronic record management, but structural record management. So currently we do have some funds that we utilize for supplies for certain things in the offices. But the large items like a fireproof or floodproof file cabinet could cost anywhere from about $4,000 to $10,000 just for a fire safe and floodproof file cabinet. There's other options that we could look at in the future if you'd like to, but right now our struggle is I think what we've heard from some of the voters tonight is the fact that we have a record management problem, and that is that what we need to clean up, and it does take funds to clean that up. It takes resources like staff to help, and it helps when we get volunteers, but we need the structure, and so this is speaking to the structure of what we need.
Thank you. Mr. Allard?
And thanks, Nicole. The second question is the obvious one. Why does the Budget Committee not recommend by a unanimous vote?
When we originally discussed all of the capital reserves and expendable trust funds in December, the Budget Committee voted 7-0 to pass this at the, $20,000. We did request some additional information. When it came to the public hearing to make our official vote for the warrant, we hadn't received any of the additional information. And that's why we did not agree with the sum that the Board of Selectmen were requesting. We did agree with, I believe it was 20,000, but we couldn't justify all the way up.
Thank you. Any other comments on this, Mr. McFadden?
Mark McFadden, 181 Mary Meeting. I just have a question about any penalties that may be charged if vital documents are lost. Are state regulations at play here, and would we be held accountable as a town, be it an insurance issue or somebody coming up with money to pay penalties and fines for losing, I would imagine, birth certificates or whatever else is held in town that might be non-virtual?
Thank you. Any other comments? Pat?
Pat Grant, supervisor checklist, and also we have records that has to be kept safe forever. There's, voting stuff, that's a different story, but all registrations that we have to be kept on our records, and they're up in that attic, and it's kind of scary. So it is really important that we have protection.
Thank you. Any other comments on this article? If there's no other comments, I would entertain a motion. Thank you, Mr. Dekoff. Oh, Kathy, yes, thank you for a second. Article 31 is restricted from reconsideration. Oh, sorry. Okay, all those in favor, raise your card.
Favor what?
You are voting to restrict from reconsideration. Thank you, Kathy. It means there's not going to be, no one has made an amendment, so we are just saying we've discussed it and it's going to go as we're voting that we're good with this going ahead onto the ballot as is. Excellent, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. And so all those opposed? We had a couple? Okay. The motion passes and Article 31 is restricted from reconsideration. Article 32, appropriate to ETF. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 to be placed in previously established expendable trust funds as follows, with said funds to come from taxation. Account established 2023, town buildings and improvements, March 15th, 2000, Article 15. Majority vote required, so it's the total is $20,000. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact of 3 cents per 1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee does not recommend this article by a 0-7 vote. Who would like to speak to this article? Mr. Dekoff.
I can speak on this article. Basically, these funds are to help maintain town buildings and improvements. We did keep it low looking at the tax rate this year. But right now with the town hall, we've already spent $15,000 this year to upgrade the water system because our toilets and everything were shut down, and that's not good for our town employees.
Thank you. Any other comments on this article? Mr. Drummy.
Similar questions. Budget Committee, 0-7.
This article
Terry, go ahead.
got more discussion in December when we talked about it than anything else we did. We had multiple motions. There were requests to decrease it to 5,000, requests to keep it or to go to 25,000, and everything in between. There's currently 118,000 plus in the account, and according to the CIP report, over the next 10 years, they're only going to spend 142, which we were thinking, 20,000 to 142 is brings it 10,000 rather, brings it up to 122, and we could make up the difference the next year. Unfortunately, what I have found out in the last 2 or 3 days, what everybody thought was going to cost to paint the library, of I believe it was like 16,000. The initial bids have come in at
At what?
Go ahead, Nicole has some further information. Go ahead, Nicole.
Nicole Zoko, Town Administrator. Keep coming up here. I wasn't planning on this tonight. So the bid, I'm going to correct that so that for you, Terry, just in case. So we have 2 bids for a roof for the library. They came in between $34,000 and $36,000. That's for this year. The water was unanticipated. It shut down the town hall. If anyone unfortunately was inconvenienced by that, that is approximately $15,000 that we're doing this year. And we do still have to plan for painting, which the goal for painting is that it's covered every 5 to 7 years, and that's for both the library and the town hall. Town hall has, again, some issues with paint falling off, so we have to look at that as well as an issue of needing to do some replacement of clapboard siding. So the cost we got for, that we were utilizing for painting was somewhere anywhere between about $50,000 to $72,000 between both locations. Yeah.
Go ahead, Terry, and, did you have something to add, or do you want to hear from Terry first, Mr. Drummond? Go ahead, Terry.
Since our public hearing, and I can't speak for anybody else, but I voted no because I wanted more money. Other people wanted less money. Some people, so this is one of those votes that doesn't really reflect that some of us don't agree with what the request is. I definitely think, in light of what we're getting for bids coming in, we definitely need this amount of money, if not more so.
Okay,
because everything has gone up that we just didn't anticipate. But that is speaking as a resident and not as chair of the budget committee.
Mr. Drummy, I'm going to let Ellen speak also. She's also on the budget committee, might have some other information for you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ellen.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm going to vote for this, but one of the things I want the taxpayers to think about, the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee and the CIP Committee, is that this fund says town buildings, but it only takes in the library and the town hall. And the town does have other buildings that should be part of this fund.
Thank you. Mr. Drummy, any comments?
My final, what was the CIP number in this account? I don't.
How much money?
Yeah, I don't remember what the number was.
$118,803. And
what was the recommended increase for this year is what I meant.
The recommended was $20,000.
Okay.
And the amount to be spent from 2023 to 2032 was $142,300. And if you think about it, the highway department is a town building.
Meeting house is a town.
But it's not covered.
No.
Or is
Why
it?
not?
I don't know. Is it?
It's not
It
covered
should
in
be.
this fund. No.
All
if
just being
No free for
all
all.
town buildings.
It should be, but it's not.
well, yeah, is it or isn't it?
It isn't.
Trustee of trust funds, is it? Is the highway department building part of the town buildings?
No.
Trust. It's not an expendable trust fund. It's not a trustee question.
I'm saying if the town considers the highway department building a town building, it falls under this trust.
But it doesn't, if you read it. It doesn't fall under it if you read the description of the funds.
That's what I'm trying to
Well,
figure.
I don't have that in
You have a
front of me.
facilities fund.
Right, that 15 or 20 votes ago, we were talking about the highway department needing 2 new bays,
Right.
which is why we changed those funds,
Right.
combined them to give money for that.
That's
So
not in this fund.
You kept track of all
Neither is
that?
the meeting house.
basically,
Neither is-
it's complicated, isn't
You
it?
should be a card player.
I do not believe that when that expendable trust fund was established, that it restricted itself to only 2 buildings. I believe it was for all buildings, and because the fire department and the police department had their own public safety building facilities, it was like, well, this is for everybody else. But I would have to go back and dig out the actual warrant article, but I firmly believe it's all town buildings.
Well,
Mr. Bickford had something to say first, Ellen? Did you
Well,
have something?
that was pretty, we do have the facilities that we utilize, I believe, for some of that down in that area, capital reserve fund as well, but we got to draw the line someplace, and, you know, it's not like everybody gets to have everything they want. I guess maybe we can, but the school budget, I was up there today, they had their deliberative session this morning, and they're planning on New Durham's taxes going up $2.05 a thousand. That's the highest of all the towns going up.
It's because we don't have
And,
the property.
when the tax bills come out, I know who they blame. They're going to blame the selectmen in this town more than anybody. And secondly, the budget committee and things like that. They're going to be very upset. Then they're going to back, and it's going to be not retaliation, but a knee-jerk reaction. And so for me, I just say we got to try and balance things so we don't get carried away with everybody getting everything they want, maybe most of what they want. And so that's how I look at this. We've got a pretty good sum of money in there. We can probably get along with it.
Any other comments on this?
Well, can I make a comment just as the chair of the Meeting House Committee? I'd like to say the Meeting House is a town building, and it is not included in that fund. The CIP committee went over and over looking at that, and it specifically states town hall and library, just to be clear.
I'm going to find the warrant article.
Okay, any other comments?
Motion to restrict.
Oh, sorry, Kelly, go ahead.
Just under this, it says account established 2023.
Yeah, I don't know that.
Because we haven't established it yet. This says 2023 though. Okay.
Yeah, but underneath it's March
that's a
15th,
mistake,
2000, Article 15. Yeah, it looks like they added some lines in here, and I'm assuming those are going to be cleaned up once the articles are put on the ballot.
They're a chart.
Oh, it's a chart.
On the ballot is a chart.
Okay. Thank you, Alicia. Okay.
Motion to restrict.
Could I get a second for motion to restrict? Ms. Anthes? Okay, all those in favor, raise your blue card. All those opposed? Okay, motion to restrict is carried. Article 32 is closed. Article 33, appropriate to ETF, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be placed in previously established dam maintenance expendable trust funds, with said funds to come from taxation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this warrant article. Majority vote required. Estimated 2023 tax rate impact, 1 cent per 1,000 assessed valuation. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article by a 3-0 vote. The Budget Committee does not recommend this article by a 0-7 vote. Who would like to speak to this article?
I'd like to amend the amount to 0.
Okay.
I'll second.
And you will second. Any discussion on why this is?
Yeah, the dam ETF fund has enough money to match for that.
Okay.
What?
The dam ETF fund currently has $60,674. According to the Capital Reserve Fund, the total expenditures over the next 10 years is $50,000, which is why the Budget Committee said no.
Okay, do I have a second on amending Article 33 to?
I did.
You did, okay. And there's no other discussion, correct?
Motion to restrict the amendment?
We have to vote on.
Oh.
Look, I was almost there. I was almost there on my own, okay? All those in favor of Amendment 1 to Article 33, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $0 to be placed in previously established dam maintenance expendable trust funds, with said funds to come from taxation. All those in favor, raise your card. Man, you guys are fast. All those opposed? Okay, the amendment carries, and that will go forward. I'll entertain a motion to restrict. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm going to let you be the first this time, Mr. Fanjoy, and you get to be second, okay? All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Article 33 is restricted from reconsideration. Article 34, establishing revolving fund per RSA 3195, to see if the town will vote to establish a revolving fund pursuant to RSA 3195-H for the purpose of purchasing and outfitting cruisers and employee contract buyouts, purchases, and payoffs revenue. All revenues received from details and employee contract payoffs will be deposited into the fund. and money from the fund shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered part of the town's general fund balance. The town treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the selectmen, and no further approval is required by the legislative body to expend. Such funds may be expended only for the purpose for which the fund was created. Who would like to speak to this article?
I'd like to amend this article and recommend recommendations from legal to see if the town will vote to establish a revolving fund pursuant to RSA 31:95-H for the purpose of purchasing and outfitting police cruisers and police employee contract buyouts, purchases, and payoffs revenue. All revenues received from details and employee contracts payoff will be deposited into the fund, and money from the fund shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered part of the town's general fund balance. The town treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the selectmen, and no further approval is required by legislative body to expend. Such funds may be expended only for the purposes for which the fund was created.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Terry will second? Police and police, yes. Thank you. Man, that's a lot of writing. Okay, any discussion or comments on this article? Mr. Bickford? On the amendment, yes, on the amendment. Mr. Bickford.
Well, I guess the amendment's probably better than what we have there now. It's more restricted. I've always been opposed to revolving accounts such as this because it does constrict your money. You can't use it for other purposes, which I don't consider that a smart idea, unless it's a capital reserve fund that you've started. This, I believe, is dependent upon detail work, which we shouldn't be encouraging detail work because we have a shortage of policemen. It doesn't look good to have them out there doing private work.
When they're not working.
And the big thing is, it's sort of like taking, I've told people, taking a U.S. currency, which is a reserve currency, which is good throughout the world, and then constricting it to very finite things you can do with it, and you can't use it in your general fund anymore. So that's why I've always been opposed to this idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this article, our amendment? Yes,
well,
Ellen?
It's not on the amendment, it's on the article.
Could you please speak into the microphone, please?
I said it's not on the amendment, it's on the article. I guess it's one and the same, isn't it? I would just like to say that, having looked into this pretty closely myself, most towns around us do have revolving funds for their police department, so that the money that they do get on details, because they are requested to do details, whether certain people like it or not, does go into that revolving account, which helps them pay for cruises especially, and other expenses that are like that.
Thank you. Any other comments or on the amendment to the article? All of those in favor of the Article 34 inserting, the amendment. I didn't.
Terry second. Amendment.
I thought Terry seconded the amendment.
I seconded the amendment.
And then we discussed it. Yep, second. And then discussion here. So all of those in favor of the amended Article 34 to insert police before cruisers and police before employee. If you would like me to read the article, I will. If not, all those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, motion passes. Motion to restrict. I'm going to take somebody else, Mark. Somebody else? Thank you. Kelly, motion to restrict, and who will second? Mr. Drummy. Thank you. Article 34. I have to vote on that?
Vote for the restrict.
Damn. Okay, voting to restrict. All those in favor? Thank you very much, people. All those opposed? Thank you. Okay, Article 34 is now restricted from consideration. Article 35, optional veterans, 72:28-B. Shall the town of New Durham readopt the optional veterans tax credit in accordance with RSA 72:28, Part 2, for an annual tax credit on residential property of $750. Majority vote required. The Budget Committee recommended 601. Who would like to speak to this article? Nicole?
The Budget Committee wouldn't have recommended this because it wasn't originally written this way.
We couldn't hear you.
Okay, I had that on my sheet from the,
I just want to double check because I do believe it was written differently for the Budget Committee and then was approved and changed by DRA after legal had recommended to go to DRA. So I just want to make sure it's the same wording if it is.
That I do not, I am going by the voting that was done at the Budget Committee meeting. So this was different, so I will withdraw the Budget Committee on that because they voted on a different wording. Thank you, Nicole. Any comments on this?
I can speak on it.
Yes.
We do have that $750 credit now, and according to DRA, you have to re-adopt it every year, or just this year.
Oh, is it just this year? Okay, excellent. Okay, no other comments?
I didn't hear what council said.
Just this year.
Just this year.
Just this year?
Yep.
Just this year, we have to re-adopt it.
Oh, strange, okay.
See what next year is.
Okay, restrict from reconsideration of Article 35. Mr. Dekoff? And Pat, would you like to second? And Pat will second. All those in favor of reconstrict? Okay. All those opposed? Thank you. Article 35 is closed for reconsideration. Okay, we're in the home stretch. I'm on the last piece of paper. Article 36, all veterans credit. Shall the town of New Durham readopt the all veterans tax credit in accordance with RSA 72:28-B for an annual tax credit on residential property, which shall be equal the same amount as the standard or optional veterans tax credit voted by the town of New Durham under RSA 72:28. Majority vote required. Who would like to speak on this article?
I don't know what it means.
I can speak on it.
Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead.
So we basically have to re-adopt it again for the veterans tax credit according to that RSA.
But you have to, what's the difference between this one and the other tax credit? That's, I think, what he was asking. What's the difference between the two different veterans tax credits? Wasn't one like active duty? It was one of them.
Are you
yeah.
want to? I believe it's based off of one tax credit only has certain set of wars and conflicts that they can be involved in, and the other one will allow anyone who had active duty for at least 6 months. I think it's 6 months or so, in any war, any current, any off active duty station.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Any comments or questions on this?
How much is the excuse me.
It's $750. Both of them are $750.
both of them are?
Each of them, yes. But you can't get both of them.
them both.
Yeah, you
But
get.
Isn't that an increase on the all veterans tax credit? If it's not, I'm coming back for more.
No, we voted. They voted to increase it to $750 last year.
Have we
You
seen
got
that in our
chipped.
tax bills yet?
Yes, we have. Some of us have.
You better check yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you weren't in the service. Wow. Okay, Mr. Drummy, go ahead.
Can we amend this to make it make more sense? This is really confusing to a voter.
That's DRA.
This is, I guess,
You can't make it say this covers all veterans and the other one only covered some veterans?
that can be in the voter's guide.
Yeah.
They can stipulate what the difference between the two of them are and state the fact that you can't get both of them. That could be done in the
that would be
voter's
helpful.
guide.
That's the best.
They can clarify that, but they can't.
Most people don't read the voter guide.
Well.
I know.
Yes.
I know, because you don't.
Well, I think it would behoove you to read it this year, okay? Yes, Kathy.
Kathy Orlowitz, Birch Hill Road. I know we've restricted Article 35, okay?
Okay.
It's going to be okay, believe me. The title says optional veterans 7228-B. I'm wondering, is that dash B supposed to be there? Should that be for
Colon.
Article 36? Right, but if you look at Article 35, in the bold, it says optional veterans 72:28-B.
Yeah.
And then it talks about RSA 7228, Roman numeral 2. And then Article 36 says RSA 72:28-B.
This is what DRA sent us.
Yeah.
Is it the same RSA with two breakouts?
But because it's a header, I'm wondering if it can just be deleted just for clarity.
She's right.
Okay, so what,
So on 35, it shouldn't have that statutory reference.
So
in parentheses in the bold letters,
Or
we
at
should
least it
delete
say
that.
Oh.
28B. It shouldn't have.
It should be deleted.
Okay.
What should be?
Under Article 35,
Yep, in the title.
in the
72,
title, in the
yes.
bold. Okay?
So the actual article has not been changed at all. We are just removing the 72:28-B
We're
from
not
the
changing
actual title.
intent or anything,
Exactly. Thank you for
making it-
that. Okay.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay.
Why we don't restrict so quick.
Okay, so I read this, and we had a discussion on it, correct? Okay, any other comments on this? I will entertain a motion to restrict from reconsideration. Mr. Drummy, and Mr. Baker, I will let you second. Okay, all those in favor of restricting from reconsideration? Thank you. All of those opposed? Okay. Honest to God, I'm going to talk fast for the last bit I have to say. You guys have been great today. So, so wrapping things up, it finishes up the warrant. This finishes up the warrant articles under consideration. So are there any other matters which should be addressed, which would fall under the last articles? We're good? Okay, I know you guys want to go home. I just wanted to add a couple comments before we end our session. Oh.
You have to vote on that?
Some new names on the ballots this time, which was good. I would encourage anyone to attend or watch the live streams of the various meetings to see if there's some town committee you would be interested in to contribute your unique knowledge and perspective. Even if you go as an alternate, that can help out the committees if there's a shortage of people that everyone goes to Florida at the same time. In preparing for the upcoming town election on March 14th, the town clerk will have copies of the voter's guide and sample ballots available at the town hall and library. Please pick them up, understand the issues, come meet the candidates at the candidates night at 6:30 p.m. on the 22nd of February in the community room, and make notes on your sample ballot that are going to help you make an informed vote. You can bring that sample ballot in with you to help you do the warrants. There's a lot of them. Just don't leave it in the booth, okay? Bring it out with you. You don't want anyone else voting the same way you do. You're special, okay? If there's nothing else, then I will close this evening's deliberative session, and I want to once again thank all of those present for their time and input. I hope this was helpful to those who are in attendance, either in person or who may view the recording via the link from the town's website at a later date. We look forward to seeing you all on Election Day, March 14th, here at the New Durham School from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. For anyone wishing to volunteer at the polls, please contact the town clerk for information. I want to personally thank all of you for your patience as I fumbled my way through this. Honest to God, maybe in 2 or 3 years I'll be better at this, and you guys can go ahead. So this concludes this. Mark and Terry, you can go ahead with your meetings, and thanks again for everyone showing up this evening.
Move reconsideration.
No, I'm not restricting it.
Terry. Okay, I'm going to have you two swing around. Thank you so much.
We're not going to change it. So,
Okay, I'm getting it. But
we did a lot of changes.
I know, I did good. I did better than last year, and I'll do better next year. But thank you so much for your help. I appreciate it.
Leave the ballot the way it is.
They would just
Leave the ballot the way it is.
because I messed up before. I didn't need to mess up again and not sign up when I was supposed to. Thank you. You were great. Thank you.
I'm going to have you guys come over here.
Thank you, David, because I'm
Just swing your chair over. Join the group.
this thing off.
If everybody would like to hold off on moving the chairs, we can definitely do that after. We just know that the group has to still meet, and we want to make sure we can hear you.
Adjourn.
No, because they're going to meet as well, so they're recessed.
Okay, so then, Dave?
So just to clarify, so in case anyone's asking, so both boards of the Select Board and the Budget Committee have recessed, but because they have items to go over, they might be wanting to meet at this moment so that we can get this taken care of, any of the changes. So the Budget Committee is welcome to start first, and then the Select Board will follow suit once you're ready.
Yeah, if you can sit up.
But again, chairs can stay until after. Thank you.
Yeah, Ellen, you come up here too. Dave, we're going to start. Okay, then I move for the Budget Committee to come out of recess. Is there a second? Okay, motion by the chair, second by Ken Fanjoy. Roll call vote, David? Ken?
Thank you.
Kelly?
I did okay. I'm still standing.
You had
Linda?
this guy backing you up, so how
Ellen?
could you fail?
Ellen,
I had a lot of people backing me up.
The proxy, huh?
And Nicole, you did it.
Ellen, we're voting to come out of recess.
Are we going to vote on anything?
Good job, asshole.
Takes one to know one.
Yes
Are
or
we
no?
voting on anything? Or no? We're just going to leave it as it is.
Ken, I asked, okay, everybody, can we turn this on?
Recommendations from the zero. There's no sense of recommending zero.
Oh, I know, right?
She said
Yeah, because we don't need this. We have several articles to take up. Okay, so we came out of recess at
So we got to change. Do we? Or do we just leave it because it's already recommended?
We don't need anything.
Thank you.
So the first article we need to take up is Article 10. And what? Are you trying to turn it off? Oh, okay. Okay, so the first article where things were changed was Article 10. Article 10, the summer money for the Public Works Equipment CRF was reduced to $286,816 because the amount being raised from taxation was $110,000.
Right.
So, do you want me to read each of these articles?
Just the figures.
So then, we did not originally vote in favor of this, so then I would motion, and since I have to take notes of the same.
Linda wants to email everything you do.
You don't mind, Terry, not right away, just for the
Oh,
Thanks
a lot, guys.
take your time.
Thank you.
Anytime this year.
Okay, I move to approve Article 10 as revised by the deliberative session to the total amount of $286,816, with the amount coming from taxation being reduced to $110,000.
Second.
Okay. Ellen? Aye. Ken?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Kelly?
Aye.
That motion passes. The next one is Article 12. Okay. Article 12.
To reduce it to 60,000.
Oh, we didn't change any money.
No, that was not, yeah.
We
no money.
didn't change any amounts, so we don't have to do them. So Article 12, this was for the solid waste. The original amount was $88,450, and it was revised to read $60,000. So I would move to approve Article 12 as revised, and the total amount to be raised and appropriated of $60,000.
Second.
What's in that fund now?
Hold on, what's in the fund? What's in the fund?
Second one down, wasn't it? Is that the one you're looking for?
No. That's a different report. This is solid waste equipment.
Why are we looking at this? We don't want it to zero?
Solid waste equipment currently has $71,510.
And we put it to zero. Can't go any lower than that.
No,
No,
it was
oh, we went to
60,000.
60, right.
We put it to
That's right.
60.
We put it to 60.
We
That-
didn't, but we might.
That is my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A motion by Terry with a second from Ken.
28.
Discussion on the motion.
I think we're sufficient. I'm going to stick with what we had. How we voted before.
It was a 0-6 vote.
We voted for the 60.
061.
Which is why we
I think it was
voted
Can't be,
against
there's only
the...
5 of us here tonight.
We had voted
previously.
We had voted 06 because we did not agree with the amount of
Yes,
money.
and the amount we said was 60, which is
We
why
had,
we
we had
amended.
gone with
Yeah.
60.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So it's down to what we suggested.
Yes, it is.
So then we should vote for it, right?
Further discussion? Yeah. Ellen?
Yes.
Kelly?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. David?
No.
So 4 in favor, 1 opposed, so I guess there's no abstentions.
Wait a minute. Oh, there's only 5 of us, right?
Okay, then the next article is Article 14. Okay, Article 14, which is the Vehicle and Equipment Maintenance Capital Reserve. Deliberative session decreased it from 25,000 to 20,000. So I would move...
Which is what we recommended.
Yes, I would move that we approve Article 14 in the revised amount of 20,000.
I'll second.
Discussion. Kelly?
Aye.
Ellen?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Then we have Article 18. Article 18 has to do with the solid waste facilities. We had also not voted in favor of this. Article 18 is revised, has gone from $70,000 to 0. 18.
I'll make a motion.
You gotta spell it out for me.
Motion to accept 0 instead of the 70,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Kelly. Discussion. All those, they're recording.
Yeah.
Ellen?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Kelly?
Aye.
Next is Article 19. Article 19, which we reduced the amount for the police cruiser from 39,000 to 28.
Right, because That's what the chief asked for.
I would move to approve Article 19 as revised by the deliberative session, decreasing the amount of money from $39,000 to $28,000. Is there a second?
I'll second, I guess.
Discussion? Ken?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Kelly?
Aye.
Ellen? Aye. Motion passes, 5 in favor, none opposed. Next is Article 33.
Are we allowed to change any recommendations that we ended up?
I believe we are, but I was
Okay.
going to do
Just the ones left.
I was going to do the easy ones first.
Okay.
Okay, Article 33, Article 33. To see if, okay. Article 33, which is in reference to the dam maintenance, we had voted, I believe it was 07. I would make a motion to approve Article 33 as revised by the deliberative session, with the amount changing from $5,000 to 0. Is there a second? Ellen?
Second it.
Okay. Discussion. Ellen?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Kelly?
Aye.
The motion passes. Next is Article 35. Since this is different language, I will read it. Article 35, optional veterans. Shall the town of New Durham readopt the optional veterans tax credit in accordance with RSA 72:28, Roman numeral 2, for an annual tax credit on residential property of $750? Would someone like to move to?
Because we didn't vote on that, is that why we're doing it?
They changed the language that we voted on.
Well, I didn't see that we voted on it at all, but all they did was erase the top. They didn't change the
The
language.
the language
Oh,
in this
okay.
is different than the language from the
This
public
is
hearing.
different than what we voted on. Okay. What am I saying? Aye,
Well-
did we already?
Make a motion.
Yeah, you vote to recommend
I vote to
the article as
recommend the
revised.
article as revised. Article
I'll second.
30.
Okay, any discussion?
I think we'd be better off to just have one credit, which all veterans covers all veterans, and there's just,
We can't do that.
yes, you can do that.
We can't do that.
We can do it next year. We cannot review, we cannot vote to remove a warrant article from the warrant.
Because they're two different warrant articles. One is
Yeah.
for only specific veterans of specific wars, and the other covers the
What are we
rest of...
recommending then?
Huh?
What is it we're recommending then, if
That
we
we-
can't do
We're
something?
recommending that the voters vote for this
Yes.
article, that the veterans,
And if
And
they
the
don't,
tax
what
credit.
happens?
if
And we
they,
vote,
And they don't get the tax
They
credit.
don't get it.
and they don't
right,
get the
but they'll
tax.
still get the optional one, which is the next one.
That is
Not
where-
everybody gets
Everybody
everything.
gets that one.
No.
That's my,
No,
it
I
says
think
all
Are you
veterans.
sure? Because I think they just added the people into
Yeah.
the second one who
Well,
weren't
the
in the
second one is
first
for certain, that she was talking about different wars, I
Well,
believe.
whatever, I don't know.
I think Alicia,
Mark might know.
yeah.
You know, Nicole?
I can't hear you.
Yes, was the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, on the two veterans articles, Article 35 versus Article 36, which one is for all veterans regardless of what war they served in and what military time they put in?
That is the optional.
That
I
is
believe the
Article
optional, I
35?
think,
It
yeah,
is?
so I think the all vets is I would have to read the
I
RSA
thought it was the other way
again.
around.
So then if they both passed, it doesn't really matter. If 35 didn't pass because
No, if
the other one
35
covers...
doesn't pass and 36 passes,
Right.
then only certain veterans will get the tax credit.
I don't think so, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah,
I
me
think it's
too.
the other way around.
So the
but-
optional replaces the standards veteran tax credit entirely and shall not be addition to thereto.
What does all veterans want to do then?
Isn't the all veterans for somebody that served active duty, at least 6 months or more of active duty?
I
So
believe
it's-
that's what it is.
That would cover everybody then?
Yes, that will cover everyone.
That might not cover your National Guard people.
It does.
It depends if they've done 6 months active duty.
Well, I think it's the only thing that covers them.
No, because the other one would cover them for a time of war, because I was in during a time of war.
Right, but you would also be covered under all veterans, right?
That's only if I had 6 months active duty.
But you would if you were in the...
It depends. It
If you
depends
activated.
what you did. Your basic training's only 2 months, and then you come back and do your regular drill, and then your AIT might only be 3 months.
Yeah.
So you didn't have a continuous 6 months.
That would be terrible.
You understand what I'm
So,
saying?
You would have
The
to
following
actually
person
be,
shall qualify for the standard veterans tax credit or the optional tax credit. Every resident of the state who is a veteran and served not less than 90 days of active service in the armed forces of the United States in qualifying war or armed conflict. So armed veterans only has qualified wars or conflicts, the optional
It's for
veterans.
everybody.
The all is for any,
Is it still 90 days then that they have to serve?
yes.
So it's
Yeah.
only 90 days they have to serve, not 6.
Yeah, so 90 days
But
would be everybody.
there's nobody gets anything under 90 days, do they?
No.
Right.
So that means
all
everybody.
does cover everybody.
Unless somebody got thrown
Yeah,
out, I
but-
guess, in 60 days.
Remember, what we're dealing with here is, we've got articles on the warrant, and are we going to recommend that the voters pass it or not recommend? Whether, the pros and cons of the various statutes is kind of outside our purview tonight.
Exactly. So we have to
That
vote
would
to
be-
recommend.
That's why you're supposed to be recommending, because you know. You have a recommendation because of your...
I think right now the recommendation is just to make sure that people vote for it, and then come next year, we can make sure that this is worded better so that it
Or it should be
doesn't.
in the vote, just adding
It
something to
won't
the
come
voter's
back
guide,
again.
right, Nicole?
Once it's out there, you're not going to take something back.
They'll
Or
add
in
something
future,
to the
if it
voter's guide to
shouldn't be
explain it.
revoted.
They will add something to the voter's guide to explain it. If people don't read the voter's guide, there's nothing we can do about it. They'll just vote blind. But they will add something so that it's clearer.
So that it's clear in the voters' guide.
Yeah.
My point is, it becomes an administrative nightmare when you have two of these to try to manage.
But that
for
might be on
assessing.
DRA, not
And
It
then-
does, but we can't do anything
And
about it.
do you want to go, that one's 750, I think, and the other one is, I think,
both
5...
seven- they're both
Oh,
750.
both 750.
Yeah.
Yeah, administrative nightmare. Okay. We'll
Any
just
further discussion on Article
get 'em all
35?
away.
Ellen?
Aye.
Kelly?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Ken?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Article 36.
Aye.
All veterans credit. Once again, DRA changed the language. Shall the town of New Durham readopt the all veterans tax credit in accordance with RSA 72:28-B for an annual tax credit on residential property which shall be equal the same amount as the standard or optional veterans tax credit voted by the town of New Durham under RSA 72:28.
Second?
What's the question?
Was that a motion?
No, that was just reading the article.
I'm making that motion to approve that article that you just read.
And I will second the motion. Discussion. David?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Kelly?
Aye.
And Ellen? Okay, next, I would like to ask if people would like to reconsider their votes on Article 26, which was the Computer Systems and Office Equipment ETF, and on Article
There's 24,
and
26.
Article 31 and Article 32. Okay, Article 26 with vote to raise and appropriate $50,000 to be placed in the Computer Systems and Office Equipment Expendable Trust Funds. We had voted no, 1 in favor and 6 against. Would anybody
But then we
like to
voted against the
reconsider
amendments.
their vote of that article?
Yes. I would vote to reconsider. I'd vote for the
How would you like to reconsider it?
To vote for the original article. Okay, we voted against it, but then there was an amendment, and the people sitting there talked to us, because I was one of us, who voted not to accept the amendment. So if I voted not to accept the amendment, then I have to vote for the article, is my way of thinking.
So, I would make a motion
To vote for the article.
to revise the Budget Committee's previous vote of January, I'll get the exact date, I believe it was the 10th vote of, and to recommend passage of Article 26.
I'll second.
Discussion on the motion to revise our previous vote. Right? Ellen?
Aye.
Kelly?
Aye.
Ken?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So that, Article 26, the recommendation will now be 5 in favor, 0 and 0.
Chair, can you actually not count, because that's taking away the people who voted prior to it without changing the article. So can you?
I didn't hear you.
No, this is the
Taking
original.
away the votes of the other two people that voted on that article before, but the article didn't change, so why would their votes not count?
Because they're not here.
Because they're not present. They chose not to be
But
present.
the article didn't change, why would you change the vote?
But
if they
the
didn't?
Budget Committee has changed their
That's what I'm wondering.
recommendations.
Reconsideration.
I was just curious, because I hate to see that comes up, that, hey, we voted this way, and you changed
Right.
it.
But we voted after the discussion of the deliberative session, so.
So that was Article 26.
So different. I decided sooner without that being able to-
I believe the next one was Article 31. We had voted 0 in favor and none, and everyone opposed, and this was in reference to the records management expendable trust funds and to see if the town was going to vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $42,600. So I would make a motion to revise the Budget Committee's previous vote of 23, and to recommend passage of Article 31.
I'll second.
Discussion.
What do we got in that account? Because that's what we go by. That's a pretty good chunk of
We had
change.
voted for less, but
Upon hearing more details.
upon hearing more details, changed our mind.
Okay, this is records management. Record management has $23,618, and the request to the CIP was $128,000 over 3 years, or $42,600 per year for 3 years.
Yeah, we should have offered an amendment, but, okay.
Further discussion? Ready for the vote? Kelly?
Aye.
Ellen? Ken? David?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So Article 31 is now recommended 500. Article 22, which is the Building Expendable Trust Fund. We had voted...
32.
Excuse me, 32. Keep me honest, folks. Article 32, we had voted none in favor and 7 opposed, because as I explained, we were all over the ballpark when we had our discussions in December. Having learned what some of the costs are going to be, even since our public hearing,
Yeah.
I can't get over what I'm hearing for costs for painting and roofs and the water system that died, a painful death.
I was kind of curious about the other buildings, like Public Works buildings, supposedly they got a
They
hole
have
in the
their own
roof.
account.
I heard rumor that one of the back walls is rotting out pretty bad at Public Works, and I'm
They
like,
have an account, Ken. They have
Who?
a CRF, public.
Solid waste. Yeah.
Solid waste, well, if If it passes, there is one account to fix that, but I mean, what do we do this year until we know whether that passes? And then they have their own account. The only building that I know of that doesn't would be the meeting house.
I think we maybe make a recommendation that we follow through and find out the exact wording on these funds, yeah, what it covers.
I'm gonna dig, I've got all the CRF and ETF stuff at home.
We already did that
I
at
mean,
the
it's pertinent that we
CIP
get this
committee.
passed, but it's also pertinent that we find out what it covers.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went through that, the CIP committee, I'm telling you, we looked into all that. It covers the library and the town hall, period. That's it, we looked into it.
Did you dig out the actual warrant article?
Yes, we dig out when it was,
I actually have printed the warrant articles.
Yes, we had the warrant
That's
article.
what I want to see.
And, yeah, I just didn't.
That's going to tell us.
Yeah, that will
I think
tell
it
us
was Mark
completely.
who brought it
Because
in.
maybe this number is way too low if we're going to do all the buildings.
No, but they,
Something
but
like
most
that.
buildings have their own. If solid waste has their own, or the, highway department, and they put them one, and Public Works has their own building.
But I don't think I've ever seen it under budget. I've done
But
under equipment
right
and everything else.
now, right now.
It's called facilities.
It's called facilities. Right now, the meeting house is not included, the highway department, neither highway department building is included that I know of, but I want to find out what
not
language
included in
is.
that.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to see.
And I have,
But it's
so
because the
I would
highway
make a motion to rescind the Budget Committee's previous vote of, at the public hearing in January of '23, and to recommend passage of Article 32. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
I think we're getting a little carried away here. At some point, you have to say enough. And I think that's, we have $118,000 in there, we ought to be able to do something with that. Doesn't have to all be done this year.
Well, we know that the roof of the library has to get done.
I
We
don't
know
know.
that the water system
I
has
actually
died.
don't know that.
Well,
Then you need to be on the CIP next year, because we went through it with a fine tooth comb. What did we put in up till this point? What do we need? Because this building is going to have to be painted this year, and this building is going to, and the town hall is going to
But
have
it's
to
all
have
spelled out in the
clapboard
CIP report.
replaced.
Based on these measurements, we would be placed those fire trucks years ago. But is somebody doing the same thing the fire department does, which is say, we've got still more time on this roof, and things like that?
Well, that's what we looked at. You
Who's
can't.
they?
Okay. Yes. The CIP committee, that's
What
what
do
they're
they know
for.
about building trades?
Excuse me?
What do they know about building?
The building inspector comes to meetings. We can consult with the building inspector.
But I haven't seen, what I said was, I haven't seen that information.
Right, okay, but this building needs to get locked up here soon, so if this is not something we can
Solve
solve
tonight.
tonight, we've got to just go through this.
So, Article 32.
You just have to.
Correct. Are we ready to vote on Article
Yes.
32?
Yes.
Kelly?
Aye.
Ellen?
Aye.
Dave, Ken?
Aye.
David?
No.
And the chair votes aye. So that is 4-1-0. I don't believe there were any others that we wanted to reconsider.
So now I can make,
Thank you for doing an excellent job, Terry.
Yeah,
You
you
have
did a
all
great
that
job.
information at your fingertips.
Not too long, you did good.
Amazed.
I just have to see if I get reelected.
Okay, now motion to adjourn.
You have to.
Okay, we have a
Make
motion
that.
from Ken to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Kelly. Non-debatable
I
motion.
had a cookie today, thank you.
Ellen?
Yes, please.
Kelly? Aye. Ken? David?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The Budget Committee is adjourned at 7:19.
So
This is late.
So I'll,
Makes sense
okay,
on my own, because we didn't hit
we are reconvening our town of selectmen board meeting on Saturday,
people running
the
for
4th
two
at 7:16.
Yeah, you know, though, Terry.
On Article 10, I make a motion that we reconsider our votes as the fund changed to $286,816 with $110,000 coming from taxation. I make a motion that we
What do
approve
you
it.
think I've been doing all week?
I second that.
All in favor? Aye. 2-0.
Yeah.
Article 12, as I motion that we change our votes as the fund
And we
dropped
got no new
to
meeting
60,000 in that article.
We have no other meeting schedules.
All in favor? Aye. Article 14, I make a motion
14, okay.
that we approve the
Probably a whole week I'm not here.
article with the drop of from 25,000 to 20,000.
I second that.
All in favor? Aye. Article 18, I make a motion that we approve that as it dropped from 70,000 to 0.
I second that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Article 19, I make a motion that we approve that as it dropped from 39,000 to 28,000.
I second that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
That's it, right? Or do we need to do? Oh, yep, 33. And we go to, yep.
We just did 19.
I make a motion on Article 33 that we approve the amended amount of 0 funds.
I second that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And we don't. Yep.
Oh, we got to approve those too.
Yep. Article 35, I'll make a motion as we, on the optional veterans tax credit, as we got the amended DRA recommendation.
To approve, second that.
Aye. All in favor? On Article 36, the all veterans tax credit, I motion that we approve that as we got the amended DRA version of the warrant.
I second that.
All in favor? Aye. No? So I make a motion that we adjourn at 7:18.
I second that.
All in favor? Aye. Wow, get in what? Thank you, Tim.